Good morning and welcome to VueConf Toronto 2020. I'm Alvin Johnny, co-organizer of VueConf Toronto. This year, we are doing this in a whole new way. We are delivering the conference to all of you around the world at the comfort of your home. At VueConf Toronto, we always put diversity and inclusion at our forefront, along with showcasing world-class speakers and providing state-of-the-art conference experience. This year, VueConf Toronto will be delivered to the entire VueJS developer community or whoever interested in for free, making this event the largest and most inclusive VueJS developer conference ever. This is epic. We just created history, all thanks to you, our attendees, speakers, sponsors, and well-wishers. Thank you. Thank you so much. To you, Jilson.
Thank you, Alvin. Once again, welcome to VueConf Toronto. My name is Jilson, co-organizer of VueConf Toronto and a VueJS developer. We are so excited about this year's conference. It is going to be better and unique in many ways, unlike any other we have done. We have an incredible lineup of speakers, starting from the creator of VueJS, Evan Yu, and other core team members and industry experts. We know that we can't be together, but we have done everything possible to make this a better conference experience for everyone. I also want to take a moment to recognize all our sponsors, Vonage, Microsoft, Ionic, Tidelift, Vuetify, VueJobs, and VueSchool for their support. Once again, thank you all for joining. With this, I want to take it over to Andre, our MC for the conference. He's a fellow Torontonian and a freelance developer. He's also very active in the Toronto developer community. We are so lucky to have him. Over to you, Andre.
Thank you, Alvin. Thank you, Jilson, and the whole Vue Toronto team. It's a stunning day here in Toronto. Well, it's still the morning, but it's going to be beautiful anyhow. There are so many things you could be doing outside of joining us today for the next few days, so we are very delighted that you would take your time and come hang with us for 2 amazing days of development. So thank you again. Now, let me start my day with a quotidian tradition. If you don't know, I like to start my day by greeting the Dom, so good morning, Dom. And a good morning it will be. As Jilson said, my name's Henri. If you're having trouble with the pronunciation, it's something sort of like this. I'm French, so the R thing, it's always a bit of a challenge. My name is Henri Helvetica on Twitter, on Instagram, but guess what? It's not my real last name. I'm a freelance developer in the greatest city on the planet, Toronto, here. And as you heard, I'm a bit of a community type. I run the local Jamstack meetup. As you can tell, I have the best logo around, by the way. And I also run the Toronto Web Performance meetup in Toronto as well. So they're both online. If you're interested in either, you can let me know in the chat. I'll speak to you then. But enough about that. We're here for VueConf Toronto. We are in Toronto. I'm personally a bit of a downtown guy. Are you from Toronto? Let us know in the chat. Have you been to VueConf Toronto before? Let us know in the chat. Either way, everyone here is welcome. Now, we're calling it VueConf Toronto, but I feel like we may have to give it a new name because we have developers from 125 different countries. So maybe we want to call it VueConf International, or how about VueConf World? Let us know in the chat where you're from. Drop in your flag. We'd like to see the enthusiasm of the worldwide community. But ultimately, it's really VueConf Online. For obvious reasons, we've gathered here today in an online platform, but we hope to be sharing with you in person sometime soon, hopefully soon. But either way, we are all connected, and hopefully you do have great bandwidth. Now, let's talk about today's schedule, or at least for the next few days, but specifically today. We're going to go with 2 talks, then a break, 3 more talks, then I believe we should be going into a lunch hour. We're going to have 2 more talks and a break, and 3 more talks again to close out the day. Now, During these intermissions, we will be reminding you to go check out our expos because you're going to see you'll be able to speak to all of our sponsors at that point, and you really hang out with them as well. Now, we are an online community today, so let's talk about the hashtag. So hopefully you can help me out. I was thinking of maybe going with a camel case, VueConf TO 2020, or you can go with a camel case in 2 humps. I don't know. How about a Pascal case? I'm not sure which one to use. I've actually made up my own. I'm calling it Henri case. It's got no real convention. It's kind of bizarre, but I did that for readability. So ultimately, VueConf or hashtag VueConf TO 2020 is the hashtag you want to use. We'll be following this on Twitter as well. We'd like to hear all the commentary, share the links all you want, screen grabs of awesome things you've seen so far. We want it to be hopefully trending on Twitter. Now, this would be impossible without our amazing sponsors, so we'd like to thank them right now. Our diversity impact sponsor, Vonage, shout outs. Our learning sponsor, Vue School, shout outs as well. We have our support sponsors, Tidelift, Ionic, Microsoft, thank you very much. We also have our community sponsors, Vuetify, VueJobs, and JetBrains. Also a salute, thank you so much. And of course, we'd like to also thank our support sponsors. Nothing would be possible without everyone here. So again, for the whole group, thank you so much again. We appreciate you. Here at VueConf TO, we are about that diversity and about that inclusion, but we're definitely about that code of conduct. So we are online community today or next few days. So be a good neighbor because we ultimately are a worldwide community of neighbors. And like Melania Trump would say, be best. But we don't listen to her. Ultimately, just be nice. We have some people from Interpol disguised as developers in the chat. So if you act funny, they're going to come get you. But ultimately, just be a good neighbor, be nice, and we should have 2 days of great conferencing. We will be posting a link to the code of conduct in the chat as well if you want to review it. I'll do that shortly thereafter. Now, I know it's going to be a bit of a long day, so you might want to know where the restrooms are. So you want to go, I believe, down the hall, out the door, and then if you go even further, after the second door on your right, you can turn left and you'll be good. Is that good? All right, perfect. Now, it's going to be showtime. Having keynoted the very first VueConf TO and followed that up by coming back for the second year, it was only right that we invited our keynote speaker for a 3rd time in a row. So that being said, please put your emoji hands together for the one, the only Evan Yu. Take it away.
Hello, VueConf Toronto. Evan Yo here, and today I'm going to be talking about Vite and VitePress. So, what is Vite? I've gotten this question quite a few times, and honestly, I've had a hard time trying to properly explain what it is in a few sentences because there are a lot of things that needs to be explained for people to properly understand what Vite is, what it does, what problems it's trying to solve, and what makes it different from some of the prior existing solutions. So I feel it's best to dedicate a talk to it to properly answer these questions. So let's get into it. Now, first thing first, the name Vite comes from French. It's not pronounced Vite. It's Vite in French, and it means rapid, quickly. And you'll see why I picked this name very soon. Functionally, Vite is similar to a pre-configured Webpack plus Webpack dev server configuration, but faster. Obviously, there are a few other differences. For example, Webpack is much more battle-tested. It has a longer history. It handles a tons of edge cases really, really well. It can bundle common JS dependencies by default. And Vite is designed to be a bit more future-oriented. It assumes you're writing native ES modules code, source code, and while it can handle some CommonJS packages, its compatibility with legacy packages that are having a lot of edge case behaviors may not be as robust and complete as Webpack. So these are just things to take into account, but the idea is on a general level, yes, if you have a Webpack and Webpack dev server based setup for a Vue project, and you're building it for targeting modern browsers, then it is theoretically feasible to use Vite in place of Webpack for this purpose. But you'll have to try it yourself to see whether Vite actually fits your requirement. That said, what makes Vite special? What makes it worthwhile for you to consider using it? Well, most importantly, it's fast. That's why we picked the name, right? Like really fast. If you try Vite with the Create Vite app and create a new Vite project, the server almost always starts in under 300 milliseconds. It'll probably be slower the first time because there is a dependency optimization step that we will talk about in a bit. But once you have started for the first time, and as long as your dependencies haven't changed, every time you restart the server, it's going to be under 300 milliseconds, and it feels instant. Same for hot module replacement updates. No matter the size of the application, even with hundreds of modules, when you edit a file, it's always reflected instantly in the browser, and you kind of have to try it yourself to feel it. And also, Vite comes with built-in support for TypeScript transformation in JSX, and it's using ESBuild. ESBuild is a native tool. It's written in Go, compiled to native code, and but it does JavaScript-based transforms. Now, ESForm is also a bundler, but we'll talk about how it fits into Vite in a bit. But just so you know, even during development, we're using ESBuild to transform TS source files and JSX files, and it's blazing fast. It's significantly faster than the actual TSC compiler. It's I think it's at least 20 to 30 times faster. So this difference is going to be significant in TypeScript-based projects as well. And more importantly, it compiles files on demand. It only processes modules of the current split subset of your entire application. So we'll see what that really means with some more explanation just in a moment. But here is just some numbers to get a better sense of how fast it really is. So I created a new Vue 3 project with the same source code. I have 10 components. This is not by no means a big app, but when you try to start it with Vue CLI, it consistently takes more than 2.5 seconds on my machine, which is a MacBook Pro, to start the project. Just to start the server, you have to wait 2.5 seconds, and this scales significantly as the number of modules and components increases in your application. Right, especially when you have a lot of dependencies and hundreds of modules in your application. I think if you've worked on any non-trivial sized application with Webpack or Vue CLI, you'll know what I mean, right? It can take up to like 10 seconds, 20 seconds to just start the dev server sometimes. Now, with Vite, the server start time is always going to be under 300 milliseconds. Well, so if you have a lot of dependencies, the first time you run it, it'll have to go through a step to pre-optimize dependencies. But once it's done that, every subsequent server start is going to be 200, 300 milliseconds. And it doesn't change no matter how big your application is. Now, there's a catch, right? The page load time. Vue CLI page during development actually loads a little bit faster. This is the dev server page load time. It's not the production page load time. So when opening a dev server page, Vue CLI can be slightly faster than Vite. This is because Vite uses native ES modules, so there is some HTTP overhead, which we'll also explain a bit later. But the general idea is page load will be slightly slower But as you can see, if we add the server start time and the page load time together, Vite it would be around 600 milliseconds, and Vue CLI would come close to 3 seconds. So it is still a pretty significant difference, right? And in terms of build time, with the same source code, Vite is almost twice as fast compared to Vue CLI. Now, this is not to say Vite is designed to completely replace Vue CLI, because the two projects actually have completely different scopes. Vue CLI is a more complete toolchain solution. It handles a lot of built-in options. It gives you options to use Babel, TypeScript, compiling for web components, legacy targets, linters, test runners, right? And the main value of Vue CLI is that it makes sure all of these things comes together and works together consistently. And it also makes sure it's battle tested. It covers all the possible edge cases it can. So this is not saying that you should switch to Vite instantly, because there might be things you still need from Vue CLI. But Vite is this new direction that we're exploring, showing potential, showing, maybe potentially when in the future when the ecosystem catches up, we can all switch to Vite one day. Now, okay, so let's go into a bit more details on exactly what Vite does. So first of all, Vite has two parts. It has a dev server and it has a build command. Okay, so the dev server part is native ES module based, and the build part is rollup based. And we'll talk about these one by one. So first, native ES modules based dev server for development. Why? Why do we want to do this? And what does native ES module mean, right? So first of all, traditional bundlers, WebPack, Browserify, if people remember that, and even some people who use Rollup for development, right? These are all still bundler. We call it the bundler-based approach. The idea is you have an entry file or one or more entry file. We will crawl the whole dependency graph. We'll read every file, parse every file, put everything together, and build all the possible modules in your application into one single bundle, and then serve it, right? So you have to finish that whole process before you can display anything on the screen. That's why the Webpack Dev Server start time is long. The work that it's doing includes a full-blown parsing of every single file to fully understand what it's doing, whether this file is a valid ES module or is it common JS. Does Webpack need to do anything special to make it compatible with other modules in the same project? It has to do this analysis for every single file. And whenever it read and parses a file and it imports more files, right, it keeps doing this until all the files are processed. And then there's algorithms to properly sort, rewrite, and then concatenate everything together to make sure they work together as a single bundle, right? So it finishes that whole process before it can do anything. So this means the bigger your app gets, the slower your dev server startup will be. That's just how it is, right? Code splitting helps production performance, but does not really help development performance. And the thing is, caching does relatively little in helping with this, because as long as one file has changed, the whole dependency graph is different. So oftentimes one file changing will invalidate a big part of the cache graph and cause the whole time just to repeat the whole process again. So how do we solve this problem, right? So let's just repeat this process, but this time with graphics. So bundle-based dev server starts with an entry. And here we have a hypothetical module graph where the entry has imports a bunch of routes, route modules. Assuming we're using a router with code splitting. So each route is using dynamic import to import its route component, where each route component has direct imports to one or more modules. And it's possible for routes to cross-import the same module as well. So in a hypothetical graph like this, even though we're code splitting for production, it does not matter in development because the bundlers still have to walk this dynamic import graph to put everything into bundles. It has to make sure everything is available before we can do anything. And it puts things into a bundle, right? So because with code splitting, there might be multiple files in the bundle, but these multiple files have to be processed and generated first before we can actually serve them, right? So that's the point. That's why it have to eagerly walk the graph. Now let's look at how native ES module-based server for development can do it. There are a few other projects like Snowpack and ES Dev Server that follows a similar approach and share some similarities, but here we are specifically talking about how Vite does it. So in our HTML file, we're going to import our module with script type equals module. Now, this is how you would use native ES modules. Inside script type module, you can use native ES module import and export syntax. Now, when you are in this mode, the browser does the parsing. The browser will be looking for import and export statements inside your JavaScript code, and it will preemptively fetch the files for you via HTTP requests. And as it fetches the file, it also then parses the fetch file, which will in turn fire more requests. So this will result in a waterfall of network requests that just request everything that's in your import graph automatically. And this is done by the browser using its native parser, which is highly optimized for this purpose. So it's going to be much faster than, say, doing this same thing with JavaScript-based parsers, right? And now, when your browser requests all these modules, they are sent as HTTP requests to the dev server. Now the dev server receives these HTTP requests, read the file from the file system, and send them back. And before it sends it back, it has the opportunity to perform transformations if necessary, right? The ideal case is we can skip the transformation if we don't need to do anything. Especially when because we are already using native ES modules, the browser is considered to be modern, most likely an evergreen browser, so it already supports most of the latest syntax, ES syntax that you'd want to use. So in a lot of cases, you probably don't even need Babel, which is why Vite does not include Babel by default, right? So that saves a ton of time as well. Okay. It is important to mention the previous comparison, comparing Vue CLI and Vite, does intentionally excludes Babel from the Vue CLI configuration as well. So there's no cost of Babel transpilation in there. Okay. Now let's take a look at the graph of how a native ESM-based dev server do things, right? When you start the server, the work to be done is constant. The server will always be ready instantly. And then when you open the page, it loads the HTML page, right? And then which includes a script type queries module linked to your actual entry file. Now it sends an HTTP request to the entry file. The browser will natively parse your entry file and find these dynamic imports, right? Now, the dynamic imports are in the file, but they will only fire when your application logic is executed to actually call that dynamic import statement. Now, because you're working on only one route at a time, so the other routes that are not actually imported in your current route won't even be imported, right? The browser will only make one single HTTP request to the specific route you're working on, which then in turn make more HTTP requests to the module that belongs to that route. This is what we mean by on-demand loading, and this is why it's important to emphasize the native ESM-based approach makes code splitting benefit dev server performance as well, right? This difference can be particularly huge in an application with dozens of routes, where each route may contain 100 modules, right? then your whole application can go up to 1,000 modules, which will take a whole lot of time for Webpack to process before it can even start the dev server. But in the case of Vite, at any time when you work on a specific route, you're loading 100 modules max, right? So that's going to be a ton of difference comparing the whole time from starting the server to actually seeing something on the screen. Okay, so we see the benefits of the native VS module-based approach, but it's not without downsides, right? So let's talk about them. The first problem when we started to experiment with this approach is notice that native VS module naturally creates an HTTP request waterfall. As we can see here, you need to first complete the request to fetch the entry file before you know that you will need the next file. Again, you need to fetch this next file before you know you need these other files, right? It's better when you have this file that contains multiple imports, because then the browser can send 3 parallel HTTP requests to get those 3 modules together. But still, we are going through at least 2 waterfalls here already. Now, luckily, because it's a local dev server, the latency isn't really an issue, right? It's going to always be instant. It's like going through from your local disk. So like it's going to be faster on an SSD than a traditional hard disk, but still the latency is negligible. The actual overhead comes in how browser sends the HTTP request, processing all the headers for your server to read stuff from the disk one by one, and have to process them and send them back. So also there's a limitation where the browser can make at max half a dozen HTTP requests in parallel. It varies from browser, but I believe in Chrome you can make like 6 requests in parallel at max. So without HTTP2, you would still have some level of what we call HTTP request congestion if you're making a ton of requests at the same time. So this is particularly prominent when you have a large dependency with a lot of internal modules. And that was the first problem that we ran into when we first experimented with this approach. Is I tried to import low-es, and it freezes the page by like 2 to 3 seconds because low-es has over 600 internal modules, and we're loading like and we're sending like 600 to 700 parallel requests at the same time. It's not even a waterfall, right? So it creates a lot of congestion. It takes like 2 seconds to load the page, which is obviously not ideal. Actually, it causes every reload to take 2 seconds. So we want to make sure that we don't run into this situation. So the first optimization that Vite does automatically for you is the step what we call pre-optimizing the dependencies, pre-bundling them. This optimization is really just for reducing the number of HTTP requests that you want to do. And also, because this is assuming that your dependencies do not change, right? Because we know the dependencies, once you have pinged a version and installed it into your project, the code never changes. So why not just pre-bundle it so that instead of making 600 requests, when you import low-es, we make 1 single request, right? Now, it might be a bit, some people might be thinking, why can't we actually load things on demand when we are using a low-es? Isn't that the whole point of ESM? Well, unfortunately, ESM, when you load it via native ESM, it's actually eager, right? The tree shaking, the on-demand tree shaking actually happens only in production. So without explicit code splitting, during development, it's actually going to eagerly try to fetch everything in the import graph. So, which is also why it's important to code split in your own code. Now, you can't really force low-es to code split stuff for you. So, this is why Vite will do this pre-bundling step. So, if you have low-es listed in your package.json dependencies, and you started Vite server, you will see a step saying, we found this dependency, load.js, that is optimizable, and we will pre-bundle it for you. Now, it will use rollup to pre-bundle your dependencies, and actually, if you have multiple optimizable dependencies, they will be bundled in one step together. They will all be used as entries of a rollup bundle. So for each dependency, we will produce one corresponding file. Now, there are some heuristics to determine whether a dependency really needs to be bundled, right? So there are two categories. First is it is actually shipping ES modules. However, it has a lot of internal modules. That is load.js, right? It has one entry file that has imports to hundreds of internal modules. So in this case, you would definitely need to pre-bundle it into one single file. Still ESM, but now it's one request. Another case is CommonJS. Now, Vite has a certain level of support for CommonJS dependencies. We are actually still hashing this out. There are the edge case where has to do with named imports from CommonJS modules, especially for dependencies that dynamically register named imports. This is the case where the rollup CommonJS plugin is still trying to solve, and we have a PR on the way to fix this. But before that, as long as it's a CommonJS dependency but doesn't have all these like dynamically set named exports, then we can actually handle it pretty well. So it will attempt to bundle this CommonJS dependency also into a single file as an ES module so that it can be loaded in your browser, right? So with this step done, now we ensure there's at most one request per dependency. So if you have like 10, 20 dependencies, that's still going to be result in only 10 to 20 requests, which is going to be significantly more efficient. Another optimization we're going to do is leverage server caching, right? So we have e-tags and not modify headers from the server, so that once files have been loaded and processed by the server, the next time you request it, it's going to tell you it's 304. So every time you reload the page, only the actual change files will have to go through the full server processing cycle to be sent back. The browser, in a lot of cases, can get a 304 and load it from the local disk cache. And third optimization is code split, right? Now this step requires the user to actually do it, but the important thing here, as we mentioned, is this whole approach makes code split improves both dev and prod performance. And this forces you to think about code splitting during development, right? When you are doing traditional bundler-based development, code splitting is almost always an afterthought because it does not have any impact on your development experience. So you work, and you finish the app. It loads really well. It performs well locally because you're loading the whole app. There's no latency, right? And you're kind of used to this whole responsiveness locally, but you don't realize after you deploy, you're actually deploying maybe hundreds of kilobytes of JavaScript without code splitting, and your user may have to wait much longer on a slow device, right? So having the number of modules that's being loaded, the number of code being loaded directly reflected in your local development experience, right? And when you realize, okay, it feels like slow because we're loading too many stuff, maybe we can code split this so that my local development server becomes faster when working on this specific subset of my application. This means your production users will also be loading it faster, right? So this kind of aligns your development experience with user experience, which I think is good for pushing us to build more efficient applications. Okay, so that was the HTTP request problem. Another problem that we want to solve is native ESM doesn't really support bare imports yet, right? So in a Webpack-based setup, it's very common for us to write code like this. You can import create app from Vue. Here we're directly importing from Vue because we know it's installed as a npm dependency in your package.json, but the browser doesn't really know that, right? So how do we make this work? We want to provide, so in Vite, we want to provide a close development experience, as close to VCLI as possible. So you'll be able to import directly from your npm dependencies. You'll be able to directly import Vue files, CSS, JSON, every TypeScript, anything you can think of. Most of them will be supported out the box. But bare imports is not something you can do natively with ESM. So how do we do that, right? So there is a spec called import maps that's going to address this at the browser native level, but it's not standardized yet. Unlike ES modules, which is actually a standard and is working in all the latest major browsers, right? So what can we do now without relying on something that's not standardized yet? So the approach we're taking is whenever we are about to send back a JavaScript file, we will use ES module lexer, which is also a written compiled to native code that lexes the module that's being sent back and look for import statements. Right? It does not do a full AST parse, so it's extremely fast. And then when we detect those, so the only thing it gives you back is a list of imports and their locations in the source file, right? But that information is already enough for us to do lightweight modifications on the source code using the excellent Magic String module, which allows us to do very lightweight additions while generating corresponding source maps. Now, with this combination, we can partially rewrite the import paths in your source code at a very low cost without doing full AST parses, which is a lot of bundlers would have to do in the first place, right? So it's going to be like less than 1 milliseconds for most files, 1 to 2 milliseconds max. This is the rewrite result. So we'll rewrite a bare import into something like this, /app-modules Vue. Now this becomes a valid native request, and we'll actually send it on, using this path as an HTTP request to the server. Now, our dev server obviously will have a special route handling this. So it sees, okay, this incoming request is under the /app-modules special route. So it means I need to look into our npm dependencies and look for a module named Vue. And this is the part where the dev server will do some work following the node resolving algorithm, get the file, determine the entry file. If the entry is a valid ESM file, we will serve it. And remember the step where we pre-optimize dependencies, right? The actual first step here is to look for inside the optimized dependency list to see if the module is pre-optimized. If there is, we will use the optimized version. Otherwise, we'll use what's actually in the npm packages, in the node modules, we'll also catch the resolved result so that next time you request the same file, it'll just directly return the cached result. Right? Okay. So that was how we handle bare imports. And similarly, when you import other files, for example, a Vue file, right? This again, the dev server in Vite is actually a Koa server. So for each special file type that we want to handle, we simply add a middleware into Koa that checks, okay, this request is a Vue request. We need to use the Vue compiler to compile it before we send it back. This is a CSS file. We need to convert it into process it with post CSS, and then send it back as JavaScript string if necessary, right? So we can do all of this on the server. This actually may remind some users of an old approach where in the past you have require.js or system.js, where you would actually do the same on-demand approach with except that all the compilation is actually done in the browser. So you have to have all these transformations available in the browser, which has its strict, very, very serious limitations, because you cannot, you need all the transformations to be usable in the browser. You can't use any node-based tools. But since in the dev server approach, all the compilation is still happening on the server side inside Node.js, so we can leverage all the available node modules to do. You can use PostCSS, you can use preprocessors like Last, Sass, TypeScript, anything you can think of, and you can even use these dedicated tools that's compiled to native, like ESBuild for processing, which isn't really runnable in the browser, right? So that's the advantage of this approach. Okay, so so after we've tackled this performance issue and we've tackled the native imports, a different import type issue, the final challenge when we were working on Vite is really how to tackle hot module replacement over native ES modules. And this was one of the main thing that I wanted to tackle when working on Vite, because the original idea of a dev server, ES module based dev server, actually came up more than 1 year ago, before I actually started working on Vite. It's called @Vue/dev server. It's now an archive project, but the first iteration is essentially an initial prototype for Vite. So Vite has been out for a couple months. So the original idea came about 1.5 years ago, and at that time, native ES module was still not so widely supported. So the idea was more like a prototype and just an experiment. But now it has a much more wider support in all the major browsers for us to actually put this out as a feasible solution that's usable today. Now, so in the early prototype, the thing I did not figure out was hot module replacement. And the reason I started working on Vite was I was rehashing this idea, and I suddenly realized a way to actually do hot module replacement over ESM. And that was one of the major motivation for me to start the project. Kind of like that aha moment, right? So the limitation here is that there is no actual way to say swap a native VS module dynamically when your page is still running, right? But hot module replacement requires us to be able to do that without reloading the page. So here's how we do it. The first thing is in our previous step, right? We mentioned that we need to actually use ES module Lexer to look for the import statements inside every file we send back. So that is an opportunity for us to actually record this import graph relationships. So as we use ES module Lexer to lex all the imports, we also record them. So after we've served all the file to the client, we would have constructed a module import graph. So for every given file that's changed, right, we can actually trace its parent import chain, right? Okay, so the next step is we need to provide some hint for a module to declare itself as what we call an hot module replacement boundary. Now, a lot of these concepts are inspired by WebPack, which is the original project that came up with all this hot module replacement terminology and APIs. So a big inspiration there, but the actual implementation is probably very, very different now. But the same idea is we will use an API called hot.accept. In Webpack, it's module.hotAccept. Here we are attaching it to import meta because that's that's more specific to native VS modules. Now, Vite will attach this to import meta during development mode. And if your code contains a call to this, Vite will actually notice it and say, okay, this file is a boundary that accepts hot updates from some of its dependency modules. Now, you don't have to really use this manually. You can if you want to, but when you say using Vue with Vite, the Vue compilation step already automatically inject calls like this for you. So when you write a Vue file, it gets compiled to JavaScript before sent to the client, and that code will already contain this, which makes each Vue file automatically a hot module replacement boundary. So when you change something, when you change a file, now a Vue file is a boundary. A boundary can also self-accept. So when you edit the template of a Vue file, for example, we will then find that file and trace its import graph. The template is actually imported by the Vue file. So Vue file actually creates virtual modules for the template, for its script part, and other things. Now, but even if it's not a Vue file, it's a manual boundary and which imports a file, and we edit that imported file. Vite will then try to use our previously recorded import graph information to trace its parent chain and until we reach a hot module replacement boundary. Okay, so once we find a boundary, we will then send a WebSocket event to the client. Each hot module replacement boundary, when you call hot.accept, register a callback to receive message from the server. Now, when it receives that signal, it will send an HTTP request to request this change module again from the server, which gets the updated code and then reapply the updates. Now, in some cases, when you change a file, it's possible for it to for its parent chain to not contain any boundaries. So it's possible to trace all the way to the root to our entry file. So this means there is no explicit code to handle the potential changes that's happened in this file. So the only way to ensure correctness is to fully reload the page. So that's why if you say you edit the root index.js, main.js in your Vite application, the whole page will reload because that is the only way for it to ensure correctness without any code that knows what to do when the file has changed, right? In comparison, if there is a boundary here, which is a Vue file, and then notice, okay, my template has changed, right? It will call Vue's internal hot module replacement APIs to say this component's template has changed. Let's re-render it, right? So that's the side effects that needs to happen for the changes to reflect. But if there is no defined side effects for a change to be reflected, then we reload the whole page. Okay, so that's how hot module replacement works over ES modules. And now we are getting into the build section, right? So that was the dev server. I hope that explained what the whole native ES module-based approach is. Yes, I forgot to mention that this approach is very efficient because the work that we're doing here is really, really light. In most cases, all of this happens in a few milliseconds. The majority of the time is actually spent in recompiling the actual file and then the HTTP overhead. So in a lot of cases, the moment you hit save, the change is already reflected in the browser. Sometimes it could be so fast that you won't even notice it, but still, this in my experience, sometimes in a big WebPack project, after I hit save, it can take up to like 2 to 3 seconds for Webpack to stop processing stuff and for the changes to be reflected in the browser. But in Vite, no matter how big the project is, it's almost always instant because the work we're doing, we don't have to compute the whole graph relationship. This relationship is already stored, and tracing this is extremely fast. There's like really little work to be done here. Okay, so rollup-based build for production. Now, the why. So there are other similar solutions. So first of all, obviously, rollup is faster than Webpack, but the biggest downside, it's also built around ES modules, right? Rollup is a ES module first bundler. and it's also the best at tree shaking logic to produce the smallest bundle possible. So, and it aligns really well with Vite's premise that you should be using native VS modules as much as possible. So, but why we are still building for production? Why don't we just ship native VS modules to production? Well, as you can see, when you ship it to production, you still have to deal with the HTTP request waterfall problem. Even with HTTP 2, it's still with actual latency between your server and your user, it's still non-negligible, right? The performance is still really hard to get right if you use native ES modules in production, which is why we still want to go through a bundle step for production to ensure the best possible performance in production. The how, right? I don't know if any of you have actually used Rollup to bundle your application before. We do have an official Rollup plugin, Vue plugin, but configuring Rollup to work properly, handle CSS, Vue files, TypeScript, and everything can be a pretty involved process. The configuration is technically simpler than Webpack, but unlike Webpack, where there are so many starter kits and boilerplates and tutorials, I'll teach you how to do it. Sometimes it can be rather difficult for someone who's new to Rollup to properly configure everything to work together. So luckily, Vite kind of do that already for you. So anything that the dev server can handle, we have corresponding configuration pre-configured in Rollup to make it work. Now, so it's pre-configured. So as long if the same code works on the dev server side, then we will be able to handle it during production and bundle it properly. The good part is a decent number of the module transformation logic can be reused. It's shared between the dev server and the build process. For example, how to transform CSS, right? The majority of the logic is the same during dev and production. Vite also provides an abstract, a universal transform API that will work both during dev and production, so that you don't have to say you want to add a custom handling for a custom file type, for example, a file with a special extension with some custom transformations, right? In a bundler, like with Webpack, you will write a loader. With Rollup, you will have to use a plugin. With a Koa dev server, you'd have to write middleware. But so in the case of Vite, technically it will need a Koa middleware plus a Rollup plugin. But we've abstracted both together into a single transform API. So you just need to provide a function that takes some input code, returns the transform code, and it will be used both in the dev server and the Rollup bundling process. So you don't have to do both. Okay, so it's really, really easy to get started with Vite. Just run npm init vite-app, and you can create a Vite app today. And it's also really light. Installation is pretty fast. Or if you use Yarn, you can do yarn create Vite app. Both of these are just alias to calling the actual package, which is create Vite app. It's on GitHub. It has a number of different templates. And it's important to note that Vite is actually framework agnostic. Although it was created primarily to serve to work well with Vue, it doesn't mean it's tailored specifically for Vue. It has a bunch of Vue specific optimizations, but it's perfectly feasible to use Vite with any other frameworks. For example, with React, you can do npm init vapp --template React. We have a bunch of templates. We have Preact, Preact.ts, React.ts, Vue.ts, and there's also it is also possible to build higher level tools on top of Vite, because Vite does expose its dev server API. You can programmatically create a server. You can call Vite to build something, to build a Rollup bundle programmatically as well. So you can use these APIs to build higher level tools on top of Vite. So there is a tool called Vite, which is a higher level dev server, a tool built on top of Vite to work with Svelte applications as well, right? So Vite is actually a framework agnostic tool. It's not only for Vue. Okay, so that is it for Vite. So next we'll get into VitePress. Okay, so now let's talk about VitePress. VitePress is a static site generator built on top of Vite and Vue 3, right? As I said, Vite exposes programmatic APIs for you to build higher level tools on top of it, and VitePress is exactly what it is. What we're doing here is calling Vite's create server API to dynamically create a server, and then we inject custom logic to handle markdown files. So it's still experimental, but it has a lot of potential, and we're already using it to power some of the documentations of our new versions of these core libraries like the router and Vuex. So functionality-wise, it's like VuePress. Yes, it's like the little brother of VuePress, but it's faster, lighter, and more minimalistic. It will, when you use it, if you only use VuePress for the very, very basic features, like just default configuration, default theme with a bunch of markdown files, generates a documentation site, it'll be almost exactly the same, except the dev server starts much faster and the edits will reflect much faster, right? And these are the drawbacks of VuePress. Essentially, the itches that I'm trying to scratch for myself is when I use VuePress to work on documentation sites, and especially when a site has a lot of pages, right? The more pages you have in a VuePress site, the slower the server starts. But is it really necessary? Because most of the time, we're only ever going to be working on a single page at a time. What's the point of compiling all these other pages before we can actually start the dev server, right? And then there is a slow edit feedback. When you have, I'm not sure why, but when I have a documentation site with like 20 to 30 pages, and I'm editing this single markdown file, it takes like 2 to 3 seconds for it to be reflected in the screen. This whole slow feedback loop just completely breaks the flow of writing. So I want to essentially create something that brings back that instant feedback feel. Like the moment I hit save, I want to see the screen update, right? And that is what Vite makes available, right? VitePress, built on top of Vite instead of Webpack, give you that instant server start, give you that instant HMR feedback. So this is most important part in the development experience in terms of writing as preview as you write, right? So there is another issue in VuePress that's also solved by VitePress specifically. That is the double payload problem, right? So to explain what the problem is, we'll have to go back to a bit about what VuePress and VitePress, what kind of static site generators they are. They are what I call single page application static site generators. And if you know Gatsby, which is big in the React ecosystem, it falls under the same categories. These are single page application static site generators that allows you to write the template, the theme of your application using single page application frameworks like React or Vue, right? You can write your theme as Vue components or React components, but it actually leverages the framework's server-side rendering capabilities to pre-render every route in your application into a dedicated HTML file. So then it's deployed as a static site. So when you visit a specific route directly, you'll get the pre-rendered HTML, right? And then you also get the JavaScript bundle that contains all the code that hydrates the page. So it's like a server-side rendered app, except that the server rendering is done ahead of time. Then it gets hydrated on the client, and the client app suddenly becomes a single-page application. So when you visit the initial route and then try to click a button, visit the next link, it's actually going to be a single page application navigation. It's going to be fetching a code split chunk of JavaScript and dynamically render the new content instead of going through the whole page load process again. So the benefits of this model is, first, you have the development experience and user experience of a single page application. So you can leverage all the knowledge you can leverage all the ecosystem, your framework. You can even you can use, basically develop your theme like a just normal single page application with arbitrarily complex interaction that you want. It also provides a user experience of a single page application because all the subsequent navigations are very snappy. It's fetching the next chunk of content dynamically without reloading the whole page, right? And it also has the benefit of the SEO and initial loading performance of a static site because the content is pre-rendered. It is actually a static file when you hit the initial visit, right? So it's kind of the best of both worlds, but it's not. It comes not without cost. Now, to go a bit step further, there is also this concept of dynamic markdown, right? In VuePress specifically, every markdown file that you write is actually compiled into a Vue template first. Then it gets compiled by the Vue compiler into JavaScript, right? The reason why we do this is so that because they're actually compiled into Vue templates, this means you can use Vue components inside your markdown, right? So what this entails is that you can have a fully static markdown page, but you can then embed a few dynamic components inside of it. So this allows you to have maybe a dynamic section. For example, you're building a documentation site and you want to embed a demo in your inside your static markdown, right? In a traditional static site generator, you would have to write your markdown completely static in a completely static fashion, then maybe leave an empty div with an ID hook. Then you need to somehow inject some specific JavaScript for that page to attach logic into this static markdown page, right? And that workflow is not ideal. It's tedious, to be honest. And that's what we've been doing with the version 2 documentation of our V2 documentation of Vue.js, right? We are using Hexel, which is a traditional static site generator. So every page, every markdown page is purely static. And then we had to find ways to inject these demos all over the place. And it's honestly not very clean. It gets very dirty over time. So this dynamic markdown approach allows you to actually author the dynamic parts completely using your as a Vue component and then just embed it anywhere you want inside your markdown, right? This is great for development experience, but it comes at a cost, right? There is a similar approach in React called MDX, right? It's pretty much the same idea. Now, this dynamic markdown thing is really cool, but it comes at a cost. So SPA, SSG, and dynamic markdown together both are compiling your markdown as component code. So the problem it creates is that it's compiled into JavaScript render functions. It's compiling the whole markdown file into JavaScript. So now the markdown is compiled in JavaScript and server rendered into HTML. So when the user visits the page, it first gets the full HTML payload, which contains some static content and some of the markdown is for purely static content. Some of the markdown is for dynamic content. And then it downloads a JavaScript payload that includes the compiled render function for that same content again. And then it performs a full hydration on the client, including hydration for the static parts as well, right? We can see how much unnecessary work we're doing here. First, we're shipping a ton of JavaScript, and a lot of the JavaScript is unnecessary because these static parts, right? These strings, they're already there in the HTML, but we're sending the same strings, same code that dynamically creates these HTML as JavaScript, and then we're hydrating it. What's the point of hydrating static content, right? So, but this is what's happening with some of the current approaches. So VitePress is essentially an attempt to better optimize this, right? So dealing with it, we can leverage Vue 3's advanced compiler optimizations to tackle this problem. The first thing is Vue 3 performs something what you call static tree hoisting. So if you have a big markdown page with some embedded Vue components, when it's compiled into a Vue template, large parts of this markdown file will be static. And if we paste something like that into the Vue template explorer, this is something you will see, right? This is a compile Vue render function. The only thing you need to watch out for here is this thing. So it's a hoisted node. It's create static V node with a bunch of HTML strings inside of it. And it's marked as pure. It has no side effects. And contains, this string essentially contains all the static content in your markdown file, right? So we already hoist that. This already enables something. It benefits the update performance because during virtual DOM patching, Vue will know that, okay, this is static node. Its content will never change. We don't even need to, whenever we run into static nodes, we can just skip them and don't even touch them, right? And same thing for hydration, right? During hydration on the client, if Vue notices that, okay, this part is actually, we're running into a static node here, so its content is going to be exactly the same the way it came from the server, it's never going to change. So what's the point of hydrating it? So we can just skip it, right? So here we have already saved a lot of computation because now we don't need to actually hydrate every single node in a big static chunk. We can just completely skip them. So now we have achieved what we call selective hydration. We skip hydration for all the static parts and only target the dynamic pieces in the HTML that we're sending. But we're still sending this whole JavaScript bundle. We're still sending over a ton of JavaScript. And how do we do that? Now, we do an extra step in VitePress. Essentially, we have a post-processing step. After we have generated JavaScript bundle, we locate all these pure static vnode creation calls and simply remove the string, right? This actually removed the majority of the payload in the bundle already, right? So now the JS payload we're actually shipping is going to be a render function that's much smaller. It's essentially going to only contain the code that's relevant to the dynamic parts, right? It still have placeholders for these static nodes so that it knows where they are to be able to locate the dynamic parts. But the actual work we're doing really is, the hydration is really just check static node, skip, then we are at the dynamic part, the code is here, we hydrate it, and then we run into more static content, skip it, right? So we are sending what is really needed for the client and only hydrating what is really needed on the client. And that's how it should be, right? We shouldn't be wasting payload. We shouldn't be wasting CPU work to hydrate stuff that we don't need, right? So that's the ideal situation, and that is exactly what VitePress is doing in the production bundle. So as a example, the Vue router next docs is actually deployed using VitePress, right? So if we inspect its HTTP request, you can see we have some common JavaScript. That's the theme, and that's the runtime containing Vue runtime. And this one that's being highlighted is actually the JavaScript chunk for the current page that is being loaded. And you can see it's only 639 bytes. And it's not a small page. The whole document is 6.3 KB. So imagine this is a this is a huge long page, like the composition API RFC, right? It's going to be like 20 to 30 KB of page size. But even for that page, the JavaScript payload is going to be the same. It's going to be a few hundred bytes. And as we can see, other JavaScript we're loading on the page includes a full Vue 3 runtime plus the base single page application part of Vite itself and the default documentation theme with all the page switching, like highlighting in the sidebar, dynamic navigation plus outbound links rendering, search boxes and all that. Added together, that's 25.8 kilobytes of JavaScript, and you're shipping next to nothing additionally for each page. So all of these shared parts, they are the same for every page. So when you switch to the next page, you are only fetching the additional content for that page. Now, there's one thing here, right? We can only do this tiny payload for the initial load because if we think about the amount of information we're sent to the client, right? We're sending all the content. The content is either in the pre-rendered HTML or it's in the JavaScript bundle, right? We managed to eliminate this duplication between the HTML and the JavaScript for the initial load. But for subsequent loads, if you fetch a new page dynamically, we no longer get the static HTML from the server. So we need to make sure that for single page application navigations, we are actually getting a JavaScript bundle that contains the content in the JavaScript. So that's why we have this system where VitePress will produce two versions of JavaScript bundle for JavaScript file for each page, right? It will have a page.md.js, which is the full payload that's used for single page application navigation, and it will have a page.md.lean.js that is with static content removed, and that is only loaded for initial page loads, and it will intelligently pick the right file to use, depending on whether this is an initial visit or subsequent navigation. So this is all handled for you. And we can optimize this even further, right? So there are bundle size optimizations, for example, in VuePress, due to the code splitting and file name hashing, right? We're adding quite a bit of metadata for every additional page. So once you add a page, it bloats the common shared JavaScript bundle of every single page by 200 bytes. So imagine if you have a site of 100 pages, you're shipping 20 KB of JavaScript, just a manifest information. So VitePress uses a custom setup routing solution that minimizes this cost by tenfold. So even with 100 pages, you're only shipping 2 KB of manifest information. And this is actually also shipped to the client as a string embedded in JavaScript, and then using JSON.parse to parse it. So it's a trick to make it parse faster than shipping it directly as inline JavaScript object, right? So a lot of these small optimizations to maximize the performance. And there are more optimizations we can do, right? We can do built-in viewport-based prefetch, built-in service worker. We can add Vue core feature to allow making part of even the component template inside your theme to be dynamic only during server-side rendering, so that on the client it's treated as a static node. There are even more crazy optimizations for, say, the single page application navigation, where when you fetch this new page, right? A downside of this is if you have a really long page, you have to load the full page JavaScript to be able to dynamically render it in one go. But if it's fetching HTML, it can actually stream it. So it's technically possible to fetch only the lean.js and the pre-rendered HTML in parallel, stream the HTML, and then using lean.js to hydrate it, right? So that would make the performance even better. So that's going to be something we're going to look into in future iterations of VitePress. But as said, VitePress is still very early stage, is unstable, but we are test driving it in some of our own documentations, and there's a lot more optimizations to come, and we honestly believe that VitePress is going to be probably one of the best performing SPA style static site generators out there you can ever find. So stay tuned. These are the links to Vite and VitePress, and hopefully this talk explains everything. Thank you. Bye.
Hello there, my name is Pine Wu, and today I'm here talking about evolving Vetur with Vue. My name is Pine, and I go by @Octoref on both GitHub and Twitter. So I'm the creator of Vetur and part of the VueJS core team. I used to be working on Visual Studio Code at Microsoft, but since then I have left to live as a digital nomad, and I'm splitting my time between conducting independent research and contributing to open source. I keep a blog at blog.batsu.io, and here's the link where you can find more about me. So for those of you who don't know what Vetur is Vue tooling for VS Code, and there's a link to the GitHub repository. Vetur started as an editor extension for VS Code, and it's one of the most popular one with 5.8 million downloads so far, and it has 4.7K stars on GitHub. Although Vetur started as a Vue tooling only for VS Code, but because Vetur implements something called language server protocol, the core logic of Vetur can be easily reused by other editors that's compatible with language server protocol, such as Atom, Sublime, Vim, NeoVim, Emacs, and Code Sandbox. If you're using one of those editors, you can give Vetur a try. So those are overview of Vetur, but let's take a closer look at what Vetur actually does for you. In 2016, I was learning Vue.js, and all the editor support I can find for Vue was syntax highlighting. There were a few other extensions, but they are of varying degrees of quality, and some of them don't even work. So when I created Vetur, I want something that offers these 4 core functionalities for most of the languages that Vue supports: syntax highlighting, snippet, emmet, language features. And I want Vetur to be a kind of out-of-the-box experience for Vue developers. Let me explain a little bit about language features. Language features, I use this term to describe all the features that's implemented through language server protocol, such as auto-completion, diagnostic errors, hover information. So basically, those are dynamic features that's powered by a language server. And in the context of Vetur, is the Vue language server. The Vue language server offers these functionalities through ISP. And I use language features word phrase as an umbrella phrase to describe all these features. So Vetur tries to offer these 4 core functionalities for all those languages. But for language features, Vetur only offers language features for HTML, CSS, SAS, less, Post CSS, JavaScript, and TypeScript. That's because they already have libraries that implements the language features for them. So I only need to integrate them together. For Pug and SAS, I know they're super popular. And one day, if I do have time, I want to offer better editor support. But those require writing a language server from scratch, which I don't have enough time for right now. So those features before, they're taken from a slide that of a talk I have given in 2017. In the past 3 years, I think a lot of new exciting things has happened. So let's take a look at some of the new features and see how they can speed up your VueJS development workflow. The first one is really simple, called custom block syntax highlight. In your Vue single file components, you can write custom blocks such as docs and IATN for internationalization. For those custom blocks, you can give them any language that you want. So Vetur supports next highlighting those custom blocks by giving you a setting where you can map the custom blocks against a specific language. And after you run a command, Vetur will regenerate the text-made grammar to support those custom blocks. As far as I know, Vetur is the only editor extension that does this. So that's actually a super cool functionality. Next one is customizable scaffold snippets. So what this does is it builds on top of VS Code snippet system to offer you something that's more useful to a Vue.js developer. Because for VS Code snippets, you need to write everything in a JSON format, which isn't really easily readable, and you have to escape a lot in a JSON format. What I really want is that I want to be able to write my snippet in a Vue single file component, and then later when I use it, just give me back the whole Vue single file component. So what I did was combining the Vue single file component format together with text-made snippets syntax. Here I'm describing that the $1 describes the first cursor stop that I should stop at when I complete the whole snippet. So that's just remixing the text-made snippet grammar with the Vue single file components. So there are 3 sources of customizable scaffold snippets where you can customize it. The Vetur ones, they're bundled, they're not really customizable, but you can put a few snippets in your workspace, commit them with your Git repository to share them with your coworkers. Or if you have accumulated a bunch of snippets that you would like to reuse across different projects, then you can put those snippets into your user library. Then those snippets will be available to all the projects you're working on in your computer. So here is a screenshot of a scaffold snippet completion. So it improves over the VS Code snippet system by giving you recognizable icon to the left. By reading the icon, you can know, oh, whether I'm completing a whole Vue component or whether I'm completing a HTML template. On the right side, it tells you about the source. So for example, the suitcase one tells you, oh, those are coming from the workspace. And then the notepad one tells you, oh, it comes from my user setting. When I implemented this feature, I decided to follow convention over configuration. So here is how you would put your snippets. For example, your style-related snippets should go under style. Your Vue whole file snippets should go onto the top level folder. So if you organize everything this way, And Vetur will offer you a very nice completion when you are trying to complete a snippet. So I hope you would find this useful. Finally, with the setting scaffold snippet sources, you can turn on or off a specific source of snippets. For example, you only want workspace snippets, but not the one bundled with Vetur, not the ones on your computer, then you can turn them off. So with those aside, I want to talk a little bit about the improved TypeScript integration that I have spent the past 2 years on. So every 3 months, TypeScript will release a new version with a bunch of improvements. They are usually either language features such as optional chaining, knowledge coalescing, or editor features such as organize import or update import pass on file move. Some people think, oh, because Vetur is based on TypeScript language server, then it's very easy for Vetur to take those features and apply them to Vue files. The truth is, Vetur has to do a lot of custom integration to make these features work on Vue files. It's kind of challenging to bring all those features to Vue files because first, TypeScript does not really implement a language server protocol. So for some of the features, it requires a lot of manual code to make sure they work correctly. Second, if you integrate TypeScript incorrectly, it can cause a lot of performance issues. So we had to be really careful about the TypeScript integration code that we are writing. Lastly, for some of the features, such as rename, semantic highlighting, they do not really apply to Vue directly. So for example, renaming a function name in JavaScript file might replace all the occurrence of that function name in a JavaScript project. But what about renaming a Vue property? That would need to update both the script part and also the Vue template part, because that's where you're using the prop. So those require more thinking, and we need to adapt the original feature to work in a Vue context. So last year I did some groundwork to make sure Vetur works with any version of TypeScript, and it has integration covering all versions of TypeScript and VS Code. And I did a bunch of performance monitoring and tuning. So now, as a result, Vetur can run with any version of TypeScript, and we can integrate most of the TypeScript features into Vetur very easily. And the performance has improved a lot. So please give it a try. Some of the recent language features we have done are better completion by analyzing the deprecated and optional properties and giving visual hints about them. Improved code actions. Semantic folding, we used to only have indentation-based folding, and many others. So if you want to know them all, please check out our changelog. Some features are quite popular. We know people are looking for them, so me and other contributors were working on them as we're talking. So some of them are monorepo support, they're happening. And we need to do more perf tuning, and that's also work in progress. Rahul, which is a member of VueJS core team as well, he is doing something called VueDX, and that's a TypeScript plugin which is able to offer some language features that Vetur is unable to do. So we're really looking forward to working with Rahul to see if we can bring those two extensions together, VueDX and Vetur, that we can offer one single tool that works for most of the Vue.js developers. With those aside, I would like to talk a little bit about template interpolation support and the Vetur terminal interface, which I think are two of the most awesome new features. Template interpolation support, in short, gives you JavaScript and TypeScript support for the JavaScript and TypeScript you write in Vue templates. So far, what we have are completion, hover, diagnostic errors, definition, and the reference. So for example, now if you look at the right side, you see hover shows some information, and the completion shows you all the properties in user, and you are seeing an error because user.to is not a property of user. One of the recent additions we have made to template interpolation support is cross-file template type checking. So with this feature, it's possible for Vetur to analyze your child component's prop type and see if you're giving it the correct data type. So for example, user is a string of pine or event, but here we're passing to it a different string called Ben. We're passing to it a computed property called age, and age is a number. So in both cases, they do not satisfy the prop constraint. So Vetur is showing you an error. So here's a closer look. To the left side, user is declared as a string, and they must be either pine or event. And on the right side is a run usage, and the VS Code will show error marking both incorrect usage. Also, if you have declared a prop as required and you're using it without supplying those props, Vetur will give you an error as well. I wouldn't go into too much detail about this feature. It's quite complex, but if you're interested, take a look at this blog post I have written about this feature to learn more about how you can use it. Together with prop validation, I also want to introduce you to Vetur terminal interface, because this amplifies where you can use the prop validation. Vetur terminal interface is published as VTI on NPM, so you can run npx VTI to directly run it. It's a CLI application. You can run npx VTI diagnostics to get all the type checking errors in your Vue templates directly on your CLI. This is quite awesome because basically for Vue, it's only able to check your runtime props, check your props at runtime. But for TypeScript, although it can type check your whole code base at build time, it doesn't really understand Vue templates to be able to catch the type error you have in your Vue templates. But for VTI, because VTI is built on top of Vetur, it's able to do all the type checking that Vetur has done in the IDE on CLI. So it's able to, VTI is able to catch otherwise uncatchable errors by either Vue or TypeScript alone. And I think that's quite awesome. So here's a quick demo. To the left side, you see 2 errors. And to the right side, you are running npx VTI diagnostics. So after you run that, you will see, it launches Vue language server headlessly, found 4 Vue files, and found 2 errors on the file parent.vue. And it exited with exit code 1. So you can plug VTI into your continuous integration system and easily catch all the errors, type errors in your template interpolation that's in your Vue template that's otherwise uncatchable. And I think that's quite awesome because it prevents you from making a lot of simple and silly mistakes. And it helps you grow your code base because now you have this CLI tool that can safeguard you against those type errors. With those aside, this is one last major feature I want to talk about called component data. I want to take a look at component data from 2 different perspectives. But component data in one short sentence is data-powered language features. What I mean by that is basically you can write a JSON file, and then you can get a bunch of language features such as auto-completion for free. On the one hand, when libraries contain component data and Vetur install them, so for example, here I installed Element UI, then Vetur will be able to load all the component data and offer you completion of all Elements UI's elements and their attributes. So far, we have these libraries offering component data. So if you just install them as dependency or scaffold them with their scaffolding tool, Vetur will be able to complete any components that's offered in these libraries. I think that's quite awesome because basically when you are trying to use these components libraries, you no longer need to always refer to their documentations. You can just start typing your IDE and all the auto-completion will work. The other way of looking at component data is that you can just simply write some JSON files in your workspace, and after that, you point to those JSON files in your package.json, and then Vetur will be able to complete those tasks based on your JSON files. It's awesome not only because you can just simply write a few JSON files to enhance your VueJS editing experience. The awesome thing is that because the data is an open format, you can use any tool to generate data of this format and give them to Vetur so that Vetur can load them and use them. So what component data would mean to you is it makes it easier to use Vue component libraries. Now, if you use any popular Vue component libraries and if they ship component data, you can easily get auto-completion for all its components. The other implication for component data is that it's possible for other tools to generate component data to enhance your Vue editing experience. So it's possible for other people to build tools that analyze your Vue components or even other frameworks based on Vue. And as long as they can give Vetur this data, Vetur can make sure to always offer up-to-date completion for the components libraries components. One last if I want to talk about component data is that if you combine component data with the prop type checking functionality we talked a little bit earlier, what if you can specify a type key to all the props? And Vetur can then load that and make sure that the props you're passing to it satisfy the type constraint. So for example, everybody uses Vue router, and there's a component in it called router link. And one of its props is called to. So to must be a string. So imagine Vetur is able to understand that and say, hey, if you're giving Vue router links to property a number, then you are using it incorrectly. That opens up a lot of possibility because basically it's allowing component library authors to write interfaces for their components, and they can be assured that there are tools to catch incorrect usages of their components. I think that would be awesome. That's not happening, but that will happen very soon. So all those major features aside, let's talk a little bit about supporting Vue 3. Vue 3 was a great release. It's a lot of work, but then there was actually very little change needed for Vetur to support Vue 3, mostly because Vue 3 ships with TypeScript typing, and the Vetur only need to load that to make so everything works from there. We do lint Vue 3 templates a little bit differently from how we lint Vue 2 templates. So for example, in Vue 3, you can have multiple root elements, but in Vue 2, you don't. So we implement the linting logic differently for different versions of Vue. Work in progress, We have Evan has a RFC for making it simpler to use composition API with script setup and simplifying the var declaration in style block with style bars. So we do plan to support that. Once the RFC stabilizes, we'll have it in the as soon as it finalizes, so that you can use it immediately in your editor. So that's a list of all the new features. I hope you like them, but now we have covered through them all. I want to take a step back to look at these features from a higher perspective. So if we talk about the future of Vetur, I think here are some directions that Vetur can go to. We can build features in the Vue context, basically for TypeScript features, such as rename. Renaming JS and TS are easily understood, but what about renaming a Vue prop, or what about renaming a Vue components? This currently require a lot of manual changes, but what if we can make them just one command or one key away from you? So this one makes refactoring much easier, but this requires us to write custom logic for handling renaming. So there are a bunch of these features that we can adapt to Vue by applying those concepts in the Vue context, but not necessarily copying those features. I think that's one of the directions that Vetur can go to. There are examples of other functionalities that we can do differently in the Vue context than in the JavaScript context. Another thing that we can do is combining different features. We talk a little bit about template type checking and the VTI, because VTI can surface all the template type checking errors on your command line. If we implement more template type checking, then we actually can surface them as well on VTI. And I think that combination is awesome because it's able to catch errors that's otherwise uncatchable by either Vue or TypeScript. Another thing, as we talked before, what if component data can be linked together with prop type checking so that you can write a component data library while still while also providing type constraint for all the props, so that anyone who is using your library will have to satisfy that interface to be able to use your components correctly. The last one, so for example, if there's a command for VTI to analyze your whole code base and generate a component data JSON file from your 200 Vue single file components, and then you can publish that to NPM so that anybody who uses your library can enjoy up-to-date auto completion for all your components. Wouldn't that be awesome? So those are some of the directions I think Vetur can go to. We'll evolve Vetur with Vue. Vue always comes up with new semantics and syntaxes for making it easier for users to write Vue. And Vetur will keep up with its pace by always involving, by me and other contributors getting involved in the RFC and trying to follow up with the RFC to implement its syntax. We will evolve with Vue's syntax. Finally, I think Vetur is in a unique position to help grow Vue's ecosystem, because VLS, Vue Language Server, basically powers all LSP compliant editors, and so changes in Vue Language Server can benefit almost every Vue developers. And component data describes Vue component in a declarative format. I tend to think about that as DTS files for TypeScript, and definitely typed for TypeScript as well. For TypeScript, if you are now using a new JavaScript library, you can easily install @types/that library to get IDE features. I want the same to happen for all the Vue component libraries. when you use the Vue component library, it should come with component data, and then you should always get up-to-date completion and other language features. Finally, I think VTI covers Vue templates with type checking is just really awesome, because basically Vue templates, they're kind of like a stranded part of a type checking system, because your build system used to only cover the script part with TypeScript, but now with VTI, it can cover both your Vue templates and your script part with a type checking system. So it's much easier for you to scale up your Vue application now, because you can write Vue templates without worrying about type errors. And I think that's a great direction that Vetur can go to. So with those aside, let's talk a little bit about why I want to make those changes. When I started using Vue, I found Vue very simple to learn, and I want to make Vue even simpler to learn for others by providing great tools. So by having auto completions always working and diagnostic errors always warning you about wrong usage, I think it later lowers the barrier of entry for most of the new Vue developers. On the other hand, I try to make Vue easier to scale by offering a bunch of type checking functionalities, both in the IDE and also in the CLI. That is possible for you to integrate your type check into Vetur's type checker into a continuous integration system, and always get type checking errors in your IDE for your Vue templates. I think those changes will make it much easier for you to write large-scale Vue applications, because you no longer need to worry about using a Vue component incorrectly. Those changes are awesome, but implementing those changes and making them happen takes time and effort. So in this year, I have started a sponsorship to make my work on Vetur more sustainable for myself, because I have left a corporate job and I don't have a stable source of income. So if you have benefited greatly from Vetur, and if you're able to, I would appreciate your support to help me make Vetur even greater. So finally, here is a sponsor map I made last month. So each time I get a new sponsor, I try to get their locations through GitHub API and mark them on this map. So dealing with open source isn't fun at all the times, but each time I look at this map, I'm kind of motivated to work more on Vetur, because I get support from all of you from all over the world. So yeah, here's a link to sponsor me. Thank you for tuning in from all over the world. Thank you. Finally, I want to say a thank you to the organizer, Thiessen. He has been helping me a lot in prepping for the conference and arranging everything for me. And I want to thank Evan for his continuous support and guidance for working on, for helping to make Vue better together. Thank you.
Psych, I know this mic is on. Just want to apologize with that last little hiccup. You know, that's what happens when things are live sometimes. You don't know if some of these buttons are switched off or switched on and whatnot. What I want to say is I hope you enjoyed these morning talks. Obviously started off with Evan and Pine's talk as well. Fantastic. We just want to let you know that we realize we're running a little behind schedule, but that's all good. We're going to make it up. What I'd like to announce is that we're about to go on a break But shortly before that, we're also going to go into a video from Microsoft. But just to let you know that during this break, you'll be able to go check out some of the sponsors over at the expo and go stretch your legs afterwards and whatnot. You know, maybe even go vape. I don't know what you do on breaks. But either way, we're going to be back in a few minutes. You're going to see the counter on the screen. So enjoy.
The importance of adopting a continuous learning mindset is vital to succeed in today's workforce. According to ICTC, by 2022, 27% of the total jobs will be new, and the demand for digitally skilled talent in Canada will reach more than 305,000 by 2023. Microsoft is committed to help upskill and support this future workforce by investing $2 million in digital skills initiatives. Microsoft Learn is a free digital training platform that helps you with self-paced, interactive learning on development tools and services found within the Microsoft ecosystem. With its hands-on approach, you can upgrade your skills and earn industry-grade certifications to help advance your career. With over 300 fun, guided hands-on modules and content that's specific to your role and your goals, Microsoft Learn is your one place for upgrading your digital skills. To help make learning more fun and challenging, Microsoft has created the Cloud Skills Challenge Toolkit to help your employees and colleagues in your organization upgrade their skills while taking part in some fun and friendly competition. With this free toolkit, you can set up a customized learning challenge within your organization using Microsoft Learn. The toolkit includes an online leaderboard customized for your organization to track the total points earned on Microsoft Learn, a custom registration page for your employees to participate in your organization's challenge, and access to prizes to award your organization's learners. Learn, compete, win. Learn with free, hands-on, self-paced online learning through Microsoft Learn. Compete against your colleagues and track your progress through your team's custom leaderboard. Win by awarding your learners with access to prizes in our Cloud Skills Challenge toolkit. Set up your Microsoft Cloud Skills Challenge today. Get started by sending an email to cscdevca@microsoft.com.
That was kind of funny, wasn't it? The first mute was actually our mistake, but that second one, I thought I'd have a little bit of fun with it. And apparently you did too. And rest assured, we're all having a good life in the background here. Organizers and MCs and all the people in the background, they kind of want to have some fun too, right? I hope we can. Either way, I hope you enjoyed the morning so far. It's been 2 fantastic talks. Obviously, a stellar keynote from Evan. Pine had a great talk as well. And I hope you got to check out maybe some of the sponsors over the expo. Good. So in the spirit of getting us back in time or on schedule, we're going to go right into Oscar Spencer's talk, which is on unlocking the power of observability in Vue 3. So, Mr. Spencer, take it away.
Hey everybody, I'm Oscar Spencer, and my talk today is unlocking the power of reactivity with Vue 3. And in this talk, I'm going to give you the lowdown on reactivity in Vue 3, and then at the end, I'm going to do a little demo of an untraditional way of using Vue. Hope you like it, stick around to the end, and let's get going. So first up, what even is reactivity, right? If you research reactive programming on Wikipedia, you'll see a bunch of information about data streams and asynchronous programming. And while that's all fine and dandy, what's really important is the simple definition here. It's just a style of programming that allows us to declaratively react to changes, right? And the classic example of this is the spreadsheet example. I absolutely love this example. I think it's a fantastic way of seeing exactly what this means, right? And this is an example that's even on the Vue website, like they believe in it too. So if you take a look at this spreadsheet, in column A, we've got the value 5. In column B, we've got the value 7. Now, the important declarative part about this is in column C, we've declared it to be the sum of the value in column A and the value in column B. That's what's important here. So when we update the value in column B to be 19, the value in column C automatically updates to be 24. And this is a very powerful thing, right? We don't have to explicitly go and say, hey, whenever the value in column A or the value in column B updates, go and update C. We don't have to do that. We can just say, hey, C is always the sum of these two things. And that's very powerful. Now in JavaScript, this doesn't really work out of the box, right? If you take a look at this code example here, we say let x be 5, let y be 7, and let sum be the addition of x and y. If you were to console.log sum, you're going to get 12. Right? And if we update y to be 19 and you console.log it again, you're still going to get 12, right? And that's fine. JavaScript's doing its thing. That's JavaScript. It's normal. But it's not reactive. And what we want is some reactivity in our lives, right? And that's the difference between imperative programming versus declarative programming, right? So take a look at this code sample on the right here. We still got the same x is 5 and y is 7, and the sum is the addition of x and y, but we've added an update y function. And this update y function takes a value, and with that value, it sets y to be that value, and at the same time, it sets sum to be, again, the addition of x and y. That's cool. That's fine. But anytime you want to update the value of y, you can't just set y to be a new number. You've got to call this update y function. And that can be a little bit cumbersome. It's not necessarily the best API, but it does work, right? And if we take a look again at the bottom, we've got this declarative style where we didn't have to do anything. If we want to access A or we want to change A, it'll update C always in a spreadsheet. That's just how it works, right? And so how could we get some reactivity in JavaScript? On the Vue website, they've got a great example where they say, here are the 3 steps to making something reactive. The first step, we got to detect when there's a change in one of the values. The second step, we got to track the function that changed that value. And the third step, we got to trigger the function so it can update the final value. So let's take a look at how we could do this. And in JavaScript, ES6 gave us proxies. And if you've never used proxies before, you're in for an absolute treat. So with proxies in JavaScript, we can use them to wrap an object. And so if you take a look here, you've got your user code that's normally accessing in a regular object. And with a proxy, we can intercept everything that happens. Whether you're getting a value, you're setting a value, we can take a look at it. And we do this through handlers. So if you take a look at this code on the right, you got a person. Good old Bob Smith, 35, doing his thing. He's chilling, right? But what's important here is the handler. And we got this get handler, and in fact in JavaScript, we call all these different actions that happen to an object that we define in the handler, we call them traps, right? Because you're sort of trapping the action that happens in injecting your own code. And so here, a get action, this is like dot access on an object. If you say person.name, this is going to be the function that gets called. And in this case, we're just returning the value that's associated with this object. So if you say person.name, you're going to get Bob Smith. The way that we actually get that proxy is by using the proxy constructors. We say new proxy, we pass in our person object, and we give this handler. And boom, now anyone who's using our new proxy to object has to go through our code. So take a look at this example. We still got Bob, still chilling, but look at this handler. Now specifically, when someone is accessing the age property, we're gonna console.warn a message here. Or just like, hey, it's rude to ask somebody's age, but whatever, go about your day. And then at the end of that, we're still gonna return value. So if you access any other property, we're just gonna do the normal thing. But specifically, if you ask for the age property, we're gonna console.warn this value. So if you take a look down here at the bottom, our console.logs, if you console.log person.name, you get Bob Smith. And if you console.log person.age, the moment we access age, we're actually getting that console.warn message. Now let me get you back up a second here. Notice that I use console.warn here instead of console.log. That's just because sometimes you gotta, let people know they gotta step off a little bit, right? But, it's not really important, whatever. It's just jokes you tell yourself when you're in a room by yourself, it's fine. And setters. If you take a look here, we're doing something here when someone's trying to set the name property of an object. So in this case, we got our person object, and you're trying to set their name, but say you're trying to set it to null, or the empty string. In this case, we don't want that. Instead, you're gonna get anonymous, which I don't know that you'd use this in the real world, but something like this is a prime example of how we could use these things. We can say, hey, we're not gonna actually set it to the value that you said. We're gonna just set it to a completely different value. And if you're not trying to do, set a name, we can just do the normal thing, right? Now, we got traps for all the different actions that can possibly happen to objects. So yeah, we have get and set, but maybe you're asking what key an object has. We've got a trap for that with the has trap, right? Maybe someone's defining new properties or deleting properties or trying to access keys on that object. We have traps for all of these so that way we can track whatever someone is trying to do to an object. So remember for a second our 3 steps to building reactivity. We got to detect when there's a change, we have to track the function that changes it, and we have to trigger that function so it can update the final value. How do we go about detecting a change? Well, conveniently, we don't actually have to do anything special for this. Whenever we're actually going to update a value, we have a proxy. The proxy is going to straight up say, hey, I'm going to run your code when this value is updated. So we don't have to do anything special to detect the change. It's just going to happen. And like this comment says, the best code is no code at all. Some of my best code has been absolutely no code. There's never a bug. It's amazing. But how do we go about tracking a function? This is where it gets a little bit interesting with you. So imagine you have some effect that's going to run, and you have access to this function. What's kind of interesting here is you can actually just say, hey, let's record every single property access when we run this function. So you can say, hey, we're going to start recording, and then we'll run your effect. when you get a value on any of the objects, this handler is going to get hit. And so here, we're tracking the object itself that gets accessed and which property. And then, if you look at the set action, the set trap, we can actually trigger any of the effects that rely on this value when you change it. So maybe you have a counter and it's set to 5, and when you got that value, we notice, hey, you depend on this value. And now whenever you set that value, we're going to trigger that function. All of a sudden, we got a fully reactive system, right? We have everything that we need to get something reactive. And in fact, this yields a fantastic API, right? Because if you remember our code example from before, we had an update Y function, and no one wants to use the update Y function. You want to just access Y, right? And with this system, you can just use objects normally. You can access whatever values, you can change whatever values, but you can declare what effects you want to happen when these values change. And that's what makes it so powerful. How does this relate to Vue? Well, you have your Vue component and you have your data function. From your data function, you're returning an object. In this case, we've got the key foo value Vue, right? When you pass this object to Vue from your data function, Vue creates a proxy for it. Vue says, hey, you gave me this object, let me track all those changes for you, right? And in fact, if you have nested objects and whatnot, Vue does this recursively. You get proxies for everything. And this is how Vue works. This is how Vue's tracking everything. In fact, take a look at this diagram. Now, this diagram is from Vue 2, from the Vue 2 docs, but it's still completely relevant and still very, very important. The part that's particularly important is the watcher part in the upper right-hand side. Every component of Vue has a watcher instance, and that watcher is the thing that's tracking the dependencies. So basically, right before the render function is called, it says, hey, I'm going to track every single property that you access. And so your function, your component gets rendered, and then every single time you access a value, it's calling that track function. It's realizing, hey, you depend on this value, you depend on this value, you depend on that value. And so then, whenever you change one of those values, when you set it to a new value, the watcher says, hey, I noticed you did that. And in fact, this component is completely invalid now, and we got to re-render it. So whenever you change one of those values, it re-renders. And that's how Vue works, right? We've got those getters and setters in the data, and it just notifies the watcher, hey, boom, we got to change. It's pretty sweet. Now, back in Vue 2.6 is when Vue.observable came out. But this is when Vue split out the reactivity stuff into its own module. So maybe you don't want to use it only with Vue, you want to use it somewhere else. Well, now you code it, right? In Vue 3, they decided to rename this. Instead of Vue.observable, it's now Vue.reactive. That's just to avoid a conflict with RxJS, which is a pretty sweet library, check that out. But yeah, it allows you to straight up say, hey, I want this object to be reactive. You don't have to go and do some weird hacks and anything. You can just straight up say, hey, I want a reactive object, and Vue will give that to you. Here's a Vuex-like state store. So if you look on the right side, we got this code where the state, this is where we're using Vue.reactive to say, hey, we got the state object and we want it to be reactive. We've got some getters, got the foo, just return state.foo. We got some actions, set foo, it sets foo, and then we export them, right? And that looks exactly like Vuex. And if you look on the left side, we've got our Vue component, and it kind of looks a lot like using Vuex. But the important key difference here is we're not using Vuex.map getters, not map state, not map methods, none of that, right? Because this object here is already reactive. So there's nothing special that we have to do to it. It's reactive. It's just going to work, right? So if you wanted to build your own Vuex, you totally could. Vuex is amazing, but maybe you've got some unique needs and you can do that. Here's a pretty cool example. So I don't know if you've ever used render functions in Vue before, but sometimes you've got some weird thing that you can't quite accomplish with a template. And so what we do in these situations is we write our own render functions. In fact, our templates in Vue always get compiled down to render functions for us automatically, but you can implement them yourselves. If you take a look at this template here in the top left, all we do is render 2 boxes, which, by the way, in my opinion, sickest Vue 3 feature is the fact that I can have multiple root elements in my templates. It's honestly a game changer. That's enough for me to upgrade to Vue 3, honestly. But yeah, anyway, getting back to it. In our script, we've got a state here. In this case, we have a color for box 1. We've declared that to be red. We've got a color for box 2. We've declared that to be blue. Let's take a look at the render function for box 1. If you're not familiar with Vue.h, that was another breaking change in Vue, but most people weren't writing render functions, so it's not really a huge deal. But we use Vue.h to create nodes, right? Nodes that are actually going to get rendered to the DOM. In this case, we create a div, we give it a class, we say, hey, this is box 1, and we say what its color is. In this case, it's red. We have a paragraph that just says that same information, box 1 color. In this case, still red. And then we give you a box to update the value in box 2. Now, this is this value box 2 color is linked to the second box. So when we update the value in this box, it should update the color of the second box because we have this reactive state. If we take a look at the second box, box 2 here, it's exactly the same deal, except when we update the value in its box, it should reactively update the color in the first box. Let's face it, Vue component. We got 2 components, box 1, box 2. No one really cares about my style, so it's whatever, but I tried really hard on these, but it's whatever, not gonna go over those. But yeah, let's update the value of box 2. It's set to blue right now, let's make it green. And yeah, it's reactive, right? It does this. Now, again, the important thing with render functions is they're not automatically reactive. If you want to make them reactive, you do have to have some sort of reactive state. And that's exactly what we get here with Vue.reactive, right? If we take the second box and let's update it to purple. Boom, it's purple. And we're sort of good to go now. But yeah, that's sort of this example. This is like a very basic, hey, I've got some reactive state. I want these components to talk to each other. And that's how you do it. So, Vue 3's extensions of the reactivity module. Like I said, observable was renamed to reactive. There was a value called effect that was renamed to watch effect, which I'll go over in a second. We got refs now, computeds, and watch. It's all sort of amazing stuff. So you've seen so far that every time we make something reactive, it's an object. Objects are amazing, we love objects, but sometimes you have a single value that you want to make reactive, right? And in this case, we've got a lights on value. And it's just a reference to the value true. The lights are on, right? We can console.log lights on, and we get true. And we can set it to false, console.log it again, and now it's false. But that's pretty expected. And the important thing to note here is that we do have to access the underlying value in .value. It's a little bit annoying, but if you sort of think about it, a ref is sort of just, it's another object because we can have our proxies, we can have our traps, so we can tell when you're actually updating those values. Computed. This one gets me hyped because with computed, we can now have standalone computed values outside of Vue components. And this is absolutely amazing because here we check if the lights are on, and if the lights are on, the message value will be the lights are on. And if the lights are off, the message value will be the lights are off. So now we've got a reactive value that we can just use. And if you think back to earlier when I was talking about, oh, JavaScript doesn't have this, and you say x plus y, like sum is x plus y, you could use this to make that behave the way that you expected. Sum could just be a computed value where it does this. Watch effect. This is an absolutely huge one. So watch effect allows us to register effects that run whenever dependencies on that effect change. So take a look here, look at this code. We've got a counter, It's a reactive object that just has one property called num, and that value is 0. And we've got this binding let current number, and we're going to update that. And then we say watch effect. Current number is equal to counter.num. So when we run this program, Vue's going to run that effect, and current number will be set to the current value of counter.num. And in fact, you see that on line 9 when we console.log current number. You get 0. But then when we increment counter.num, so that way it's not 0 anymore, it's 1, our effect gets run again automatically. And so if we console.log current number, we get 1. And this is huge, because that means we can register arbitrary effects that are going to happen as data changes. And that's a very powerful API that lets us do way more than we imagine, even outside of the front end, right? And yeah, additionally, it's going to track way more than just when you're accessing a value. If you look here, we've got a watch effect where we're taking the keys of an object. And we say object.keys of the map or whatever. But the important part here is the fact that Vue is smart enough to understand that, hey, if you access the keys of the object, that's a dependency and it should run again. And we can do that because we have all these different traps for our handlers that let us watch every single thing that happens to an object, which I think is pretty freaking neat. So watch. You've probably used watch with components before. What watch does is it lets you explicitly declare when an effect should run via functions or run directly. So if you've got a component and you have your watch, you can say, oh, check this value. Whenever this value changes, we're going to run this thing. This is exactly that, but in standalone form. And so it works 2 different ways. The first way is via function, where you can return a reactive value. In this case, we say const counter is, again, this reactive object with the value num. And yeah, we can just like return a function that accesses num. And then you get, as the first argument, that number. And the second argument, you get the old number. You do your thing. And then the second way is you can straight just watch a ref. And you can get, again, the current value and the old value. And you can do what you got to do. Whatever you want to stick in there is going to work. So what are some possible uses of this reactivity module? Other front-end frameworks, right? If React was like, hey, we're tired of our reactivity stuff, we want to use Vue, they can npm install @Vue/reactivity, and it's going to work, right? Interactive animations. Imagine for a second you've got a stream of weather data and you want an animation to change. You don't have to do anything special. You can just register effects and say, oh, if it's raining, update this. If it's doing that, update that, and it's going to work. Notifications. This is a classic example. Something comes in, new data, effect. Boom, show a notification. Chat clients. If you wanted to, you could build a chat client completely out of effects. As someone sends a message, that triggers an effect, and it updates on a person's screen, right? But databases. Could we use Vue to build a database? I say yes. I'm going to show everyone my gorgeous code here. Please stand by. I got a setup here. And in this setup, we've got an AWS Lambda function. They're just out in the cloud somewhere. Doesn't matter. And this is the code for that. Like, literally does some like token stuff. No one cares. But more interestingly, this Lambda function, when it receives a request, if you tell it to tweet, I've got a Twitter account over here that will tweet something. If you tell it to yeet, it will yeet that tweet. It will delete it for you. Tweet something wrong, it's got your back. And yeah, literally it just hits the Twitter API, does this thing. Not terribly interesting. But what's really important is my database. Look at this sick database implementation. We import reactive, and our database is just a plain JavaScript array that we made reactive. I think that's fantastic, right? We don't have to do anything special. We can just say, boom, our database is an array and it's reactive, and it's going to be reactive. It's going to work. But let's walk through our application code. So this is an application I have running on my computer. It's an Express app. We're using reactive and watch effect. I've got some effects to find another file here. We got tweet, yeet, create spreadsheet, white heat, some bittersweet. Like we got lots of actions here. And we register our first two actions. We say, hey, here's an effect called tweet. Here's an effect called yeet. That's it. We just register them. We're done. And we got some routes. We have a route where you post a new user. It literally just adds a record to the database. We have a route where you delete a user. My backend code is amazing. We iterate through all the records. If the person's name is the same, we set the yeet property to be true. And we're all good, right? We have a patch route as well, which updates the values on a particular record. You can add a super user. Maybe you have a super user logging into your app, and when they come online, you want to go ahead and kick off some long-running task. In this case, it's like create some ginormous spreadsheet. And we got a purge action. That one's important. Yeah. Amazing API design. You never know when you got to just have an endpoint where you delete everything in your database. And we got two effects for that. We have white heat and we got something bittersweet. So let's take a look at these effects themselves and see what's going on. So here, our first effect is tweet. As you can imagine, when the tweet action happens, we just post to the AWS Lambda job. And we say, hey, tweet, and say this person's joined the community. And the most important one, we want to yeet. When you want to yeet, we post and we give the operation, hey, you're going to yeet. Just delete this tweet, right? And we stored the tweet from the last time, so we can delete that. We have init create spreadsheet. In this particular case, we on-demand register an effect, right? You tell me what user you want me to register this effect for, and then we return a function. That's the effect that gets run. And if the user's online, we'll go ahead and generate that spreadsheet. The white heat effect. One of my favorites. Well, you know, when the database is empty, we just have a lot of fun. It's whatever. And then we have the something bittersweet effect, which I won't show you that now. But let me run through what happens when we actually use this. So here's Postman. And we're going to add a new user. This is my boy Joe. Let's post. Send. Created. Live demos. Let's refresh our Twitter account. And there's a new tweet. Joe has joined the community. What's amazing about this is the fact that we did not say, hey, send out a tweet when you push a new record. We just registered an effect. So we've got this beautiful separation of concerns where you don't have to explicitly say, hey, send out this tweet. You can just register an effect and as many effects as you want. So that's fantastic. Let's go back. We can delete Joe. We can yeet Joe. Send it. Says, okay. We come back. Let's refresh. And that tweet's gone. Joe was yeeted from existence, and there's no record of it on Twitter either because it's gone, right? Now let's post a new user, Sarah. She's not online. She just got a name. She's not online. But we can post that. Let's refresh the Twitter. Sarah's joined. That's good. But now, let's update Sarah. Let's set the online property to be true. So we'll send that. She's come online. Let's actually slide over to our app. And it says generating spreadsheet. Done. So boom. Sarah's come online. We generated that spreadsheet for her. And then that /purge endpoint, because you never know when you gotta yeet your whole database. Let's send that. And if we go back over here, we got some white heat, and I imagine there's nothing left in the database. But if we refresh the Twitter account, there's a new tweet that says, thanks to everyone watching. So once again, thank you for watching my talk. My name is Oscar Spencer. I'm a software engineer at Tidelift. If you want to know how to get catalogs of known, good, amazing, secure, maintained open source software, hit me up. I can help you out with that. If you're interested in programming languages, I have a cool project called Grain that I've been working on for a little while. So follow me on Twitter, check me out on GitHub, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll see you next time.
Wow. Thank you very much, Oscar. Mr. Oscar Spencer, can we get a round of emoji applause for him, please? That was a lively talk. By the way, I had a quick question. Like, you know Joe too? Because Oscar, that's my boy. Like, we went to high school together. Anyhow, let's get into the post-talk sessions. Speaking of sessions, if you have questions for Oscar, you can go to the session section right now. He'll have, I guess, a sort of like area where he'll be able to answer some of your questions. So essentially the Q&A. I believe Pine had one as well. So I forgot to mention this last time. So if you had questions for Pine then, I'm not sure if he's still there, but maybe you could catch him on Twitter so he can answer some of your questions as well. Now, next up, we're going to have actually a good friend of mine. Now, who's scared of the command line? You know, because some people get a little spooked out. In fact, during Halloween, I saw some people dressed up as the CLI going around scaring people. Well, here we have OG Raymond Camden, who's going to share with us, well, a good talk about the CLI and Vue. So, Raymond, please take it away.
Hi, and welcome to the Vue CLI for people scared of the Vue CLI, which, spoiler, was me, at least when I began. So real quick about myself, my name is Raymond Camden. I am a developer evangelist for Here Technologies. We do a lot of mapping and navigation type stuff, both for mobile SDKs and the web. And if you have any questions about that, you can definitely hit me up. I blog at Raymond Camden, and I have a contact form there. And I tweet at Raymond Camden, and my DMs are open. And I love to get questions. So if you have any questions about Vue and what I'm talking about today, or navigation and what I do in my 9-to-5 job, definitely reach out. I would also be happy to tell you about how fun it is to play Just Dance and what great exercise and fun it is. So just a little bit more about myself. I have been a web developer for a very long time. I think around 94, 95, 96 or so. So quite a bit, quite a lot of experience. I'm very, very confident in saying that I am almost a good web developer. I feel like I'm almost competent. As a great example, like a concrete example of that, I'm definitely at the level where I know a lot of the JavaScript methods and APIs, etc. And when working with arrays, I have almost memorized which ones mutate the original array and which one returns new ones. I tend to keep a tab open to MDN so I can check those docs. And speaking of, I'm really, really proud of this. A few weeks ago, I wrote a reduce function, and I got it almost working without needing to check the docs. But, I got most of the way there. I kind of knew what I was doing. It almost worked, and I just had to do a little bit, bit of research to actually finish it. But yeah, that is kind of like where I am as a developer. I am a very slow learner. I will not deny that at all. But, luckily we have some really good resources out there to make it a little bit easier for us. I'm also a VueJS developer. I started working with Vue back in August of 2017, so a little bit over 3 years ago. I can distinctly remember before that time, going to web-based conferences and seeing Vue.js and there not being too many people there. It was sometimes put in the back corner of the conference. Was it terribly popular? Certainly that's not the case now. It's definitely gotten very, very popular. But like for me, what happened is that, I finally saw the conference talk that clicked with me, that made the light bulb go off, and I started to play with it. So I did a blog post where I talked about what I thought about it and, how I built a sample application with it. And, things kind of snowballed from there. So in the last couple of years, I've written over 100 blog posts on it. I've written for other publications. I've talked about VueJS a lot. I still think I'm very much a beginner, but when I look at VueJS compared to some of the other frameworks that I've worked with, what is it about Vue that got me so excited about it and so passionate about learning it? And I think that the reason is that it was very easy to play with Vue.js. All right, so I had come into Vue with some experience with Angular, and I liked Angular. It felt like a good framework. It felt like I could build big things with it, but I would never casually use Angular. The example I like to give is that my wife and I, we have a bunch of kids between us. We have 8 kids. And when you have that many kids, you don't casually do anything at all. Anything that you do as a family requires massive planning to ensure that everyone gets to where they need to go. If you look at the documentation for Vue, they talk about how it was meant to be used easily. It was meant to be used incrementally adoptable, in this progressive enhancement, type thing. And that really, really worked well for me, because for years now, as I learn and work with JavaScript and listen to people much smarter than myself talk about JavaScript, it feels like a lot of web development is focused on building apps. So I have an entire application that's built with JavaScript, and it's like a Gmail clone, or it's a admin interface, and it feels like people very rarely talk about this basic example of progressive enhancement. Of, for example, I just want to drop in a script tag. Vue let me do that. I could drop a script tag in, and then I could just write some logic. I could just add a little bit of interactivity to a web page. And again, this is one of the soapboxes that I get on. I apologize in advance, but I know there's still a lot of people doing that. They're adding a little bit of interactivity to an existing web page to make it better for their users. And I feel like people rarely talk about that. Another big thing is that I could use a tool like CodePen. So I used CodePen a lot to just say, oh, hey, this is a weird new thing in Vue, or new to me. Let me do a quick CodePen and actually see it running. And the fact that there was no build process for any of that was really compelling. And there's nothing at all wrong with a build process. But as soon as I know that I have to do a couple different things to test something, as soon as I know that there's a process involved, I get a little bit like, okay, do I really want to do this? Is it worth my time? And I have always felt with Vue, because it did not require that build process, I was much more inclined to play and experiment and do things. And that's not to say that you can't do that with React and Angular as well. But Vue felt like it was tailored to people like myself. And for me, it really became like a better jQuery. And I'm putting for me in parentheses, because it's it's kind of a big thing nowadays to attack jQuery or to say you don't need jQuery. And I absolutely don't need jQuery anymore, but I know a lot of people still do. And jQuery is still an incredibly powerful, useful tool for a lot of people. For me, what I found is that I was either doing jQuery or Angular. So I was doing a little bit of progressive enhancement, or I was using Angular to build an application. And Vue replaced jQuery for me, and sometimes even replaced cases where I would use Angular for smaller things. But essentially, it became my new jQuery, and I ended up using it everywhere. And I'm actually finding myself forcing myself not to always use Vue, especially when vanilla JavaScript would be good enough. So I assume, like a lot of people, how I build things and the way I build things is evolving and will continue to evolve. So I love that Vue supported me on that type of development. But as we know, Vue absolutely is definitely capable of building applications. And typically we call these single page applications, or SPA for short. Vue definitely fits the bill. So the first question that you may ask yourself is like, when do you know in terms of like, okay, I'm building something and it's just going to be progressive enhancement, or it's actually going to be, a real application. So how do you know when to do that? Now, luckily, it's extremely easy to know when to do that. And I'm going to give you crystal clear rules that you could apply to every single project out there that will definitely tell you when you could do one versus the other. Yeah, unfortunately, it's never going to be that kind of cut and dry. But for me, kind of like my litmus test in terms of, when I need to build a real application, and I shouldn't say real application because progressive enhancements, real development as well, but when do I need to build an application versus just doing progressive enhancement on a page? Certainly if I'm going to be doing multiple screens, so I have a login form and then I have multiple editing forms, or I have a login form and something else. As soon as I can see multiple views in my brain, then I start thinking about, I'm probably going to be building an application. Certainly, if the file size gets to a point where you're seeing, over 1,000 lines of code, then you may have kind of crossed the line between, what is is appropriate for a simple progressive enhancement. Definitely, when you start working with multiple people, and some of the aspects of working with Vue applications really work great with multiple people involved versus having one HTML file and one JavaScript file. And kind of lastly, projects I think tend to grow, not shrink. So it may start off with you thinking that, hey, this could be simple progressive enhancement. And then the client says, hey, we also need this, and we also need that, and we also need this, as well. So things tend to, I think, go in that direction versus getting simpler. So, hey, this is great. This is where that CLI can come in and really help you. So some basics about the CLI to keep in mind. It is installed via NPM. You do not need to know what NPM is. There are people out there who don't know what that is. I wish more of us who do know what that is. We're going to keep that in mind. NPM can be a bit scary for people who have never worked with it. Its main application, or at least its main use for me, is scaffolding new applications. So by that, I mean laying out the groundwork for you to start building on top of it. It also provides a nice and easy way to quickly add new features. There's also kind of a cool visual UI, something that I don't use very often, but I'm going to show you an example of it, and it may work very well for you. And kind of lastly, it has a little prototyping feature as well. Again, not something that I use terribly often, but you may find it really helpful. So, what the heck is NPM? NPM stands for Node Package Manager. It is a very versatile way to install things. And at a high level, basically, if I'm building something and I need to depend on something else, let's say I need to depend on a library called A, one called B, and one called C. Via NPM and the way it works with things, I could say my application needs A, B, and C. And when you install it, NPM will take care of grabbing A, B, and C. Now, if A needs X, Y, and Z, NPM will take care of getting that. If X, Y, and Z needs zeta, beta, gamma, whatever, basically it will follow all of that path down for me and get every single dependency out there. That's why you see a lot of people use NPM. It's primarily meant for Node.js development, but you do not need to know anything at all about Node. You don't need to care about Node. As a web developer, I really like knowing about Node.js and using Node.js, but keep in mind that you do not need to know it. And I'll say this right now. One of the things that I'm going to say probably a couple times in this presentation is that you don't need to care about so-and-so. When I say that, I absolutely don't mean that you can ignore it forever or that you shouldn't learn it. But what I tend to find is that if I'm learning a topic and it all of a sudden drops 20 things on my lap, I try my best to figure out, okay, what do I need to know right now? What do I need to know to get started and experiment and play? And then I kind of gradually bring those things in. So you will absolutely hear me say a couple times today, yeah, don't worry about that, worry about it later. Again, that's not meant to say that you should ignore it per se, but that it may be something that you could wait till tomorrow as you learn and play. So you will want to install Node. That is the easiest way to get NPM. Luckily, that is pretty much boilerplate. You go to nodejs.org, it even sniffs your operating system and tells you what to download. You can get either LTS or current, just grab the first link that you see. Yes, there is a difference. No, you don't have to worry about it for right now. I will say I'm on a Windows machine. I am using Windows Subsystem for Linux, so my install was a bit different. But again, you should be able just to take that default link, download it, install it, and run it. Now, once you have Node.js installed, it will give you npm as well. Once you have that, you can use npm to install the Vue CLI. That command will be npm space install space -g space @Vue CLI. So npm is the command line program. Install is what you're actually doing. -g means to make it global, so it basically is like installing a new program in your terminal that you could use everywhere. And then @Vue/CLI is the actual thing that you will be installing. So primary use case for having the CLI installed will be with scaffolding. So you begin with the name, so the name of your application. The CLI will ask you some questions, and then you will get some files. And when I say some files, I mean a large number of files. And don't worry, we're going to talk about what those files are. So as an example, I can go at my CLI, into my terminal and type Vue create and then the name of my project. So we're going to actually do that right now. So I'm going to go into terminal. And you can see on screen already, I'm showing an example of the help screen, Vue-help. I'm gonna go into a trash folder and I'm gonna create, I'll call it November 2nd for today as the name of my application. Now the CLI will begin by prompting me for some questions. And depending on how you answer them, some questions may lead to more and so forth. If you take the default, you will get a Vue 2 application with certain settings picked for you. That is what I'm going to do. And at this point, it's going to start installing what it needs to do and scaffolding things out. It's a perfect time for me to take a sip of water. A big sip of water. I will say, if this seems a bit slow, I'm still in the older version of the Windows subsystem for Linux. This is a work laptop I'm on, so I've not been able to update it. Latest WSL runs a heck of a lot quicker, so just trust me in that. You won't have to wait this long just to scaffold out an application. And obviously, if I was using Windows PowerShell, it'd probably be quite a bit faster as well. So it is grabbing all those assets, and hopefully it will not take too much longer. Looks like it's wrapping up, and it's going to do stuff. I think it's downloaded everything it needs to do. And again, this is a one-time scaffold. You know, after this is done, I won't have to do all this work again. And it's almost done. I promise. Sweet. All right, so it is done. And what I really like about the CLI, and I wish more CLIs would do it, is that it literally tells you, you know, now that you're done, this is what you have to do to keep going. So we are going to do what it says, cd nov second, npm run serve. So I mentioned that npm is useful for installing programs. It also provides a simple way to run scripts. So if I have a project, I can define a way to kind of start it up, a way to debug it, a way to generate a final build, etc. that all interacts with npm. Or I could just do what the CLI says and just run it and see what happens. So this is going to run my Vue code, the application that will scaffold it out. I'm going to show you what it looks like in the browser and then talk about all of the files it made. And it made quite a few. So I can see it's running on localhost 8080. So we will pop that open, go to localhost 8080, and I could see, welcome to your VueJS application with a bunch of links and stuff like that. By the way, in case you're wondering, the CLI does have an option to create what they call a bare application, where it gets rid of all this boilerplate text, makes it a bit simpler. While you're learning, you may like to have this here, to have the kind of default text there. Once you know what you're doing, again, you can ask the CLI to make it a bit simpler. So let's look at what's in here. I'm going to maximize Visual Studio Code here. We're going to take a look at this folder, and we'll make things a bit bigger. All right, so there's some things in here. The first folder is going to be node_modules. The way that npm works is that when it installs stuff, it essentially creates a folder to store all of those dependencies. There is a lot of stuff in this folder. In fact, I'll open it one time and you could see like I'm still in the A's. There's a lot of stuff in here. So this is important to know, because if you want to share your code with somebody else and you're not using GitHub or something like that, which yes, not everyone is using source control. You should, but in the real world, sometimes you don't. And sometimes you just want to share a project with somebody else. You do not want to zip your folder with the node modules. What's cool is that a package made by npm and the Vue CLI will have a file called package.json, which defines at a high level what all of those dependencies are. So if I want to zip this project up, I would erase node modules, zip up the rest, send it to them, and then they could run npm install in this folder, and it will get everything in node modules. So again, just going to keep that in mind if you're like sharing via zip and email, which I had to do last week for a client who's not using source control. So that is node module. I also talked about package.json. You can not worry about package lock.json for right now. Git ignore will basically tell GitHub what not to worry about. Again, you can leave that alone. Babel config is used for the build process. That is something you could definitely ignore on day one. It is kind of an important topic, but you can not worry about it for right now. The public folder is where you would put assets that you don't need to work with. And by that, I mean simple graphics and things that'll just be copied into your final project. The real meat of your application is going to be in the source folder. And if we open this up, we'll see a couple things. Main.js is a script that essentially bootstraps your application. Now, this is something that's changed quite a bit in Vue 3.0, but in Vue 2, this is what you would see. Typically, you will not have to worry about touching this file, especially in your first couple projects while you're learning. The main application, that thing that you saw when I was showing my web browser, is app.vue. And we could see where I have that image, we have a component, and we have some script, and we have some style. Now, if you have never seen a Vue single file component, this is an excellent example of what it is. It has our layout, it has our logic, and it has styles all within one component. This is a big reason why if you've only used Vue for progressive enhancement, you may be a bit, worried or, concerned, not concerned, but, this will look pretty new to you. To me, I find it a heck of a lot easier to work with because to me, I see three distinct areas. So I know that when I'm working in my layout, I go in this particular part. When I'm working in logic, I go in another particular part. It all works pretty well. You get a subcomponent hello world built for you that if you want to, you can get rid of and replace with your own. But what's cool is that this is the server that we started, npm run serve. It's a live server. And if I go in here and get rid of that image tag and type hello world, we will see that change automatically. So you can begin working in these folders, again, ignoring for now what I talked about. You can work on your project. You can add additional components. And when you're done, npm run build, not run dist, is how you will actually create the final version of your application. It's going to look at those source files, and it's going to build it for production, as it's telling you nicely on screen there. And when it is done, you will have a folder called dist that will store all of your application files. So again, like I said, my WSL is a little bit slow, but that didn't take too long. But I could see it's done. I got a nice report, and especially talking about how it compressed and compiled files. And if I were to go back to Studio, you could see my dist has a CSS, a JS, and an index.html file. And also a fav icon as well, but essentially this can be deployed without any build process at all. Now I will say services like Netlify and Vercel would allow you to deploy the Vue application as is if you tell them how to run the build process, basically what I just did at the command line. Netlify, for example, can do that for you. What's nice about that then is that you have your project in source control, you commit something, it automatically updates and runs that particular command for you. So one more quick feature I want to show in the command line is that if you want to add a feature, I can use the CLI and do, for example, Vue add router. And what it will do is add the dependencies for the Vue router for me. It will also modify code, so it's giving me a warning here because I did change stuff. I will say yes, go ahead and proceed. It will do what it needs to do. And again, we'll let it install dependencies. Take another sip of water. I'll take the defaults for everything. And it's working, it's chewing through, it's thinking about things, and it is almost done. Yes, all right, so if I actually go back to my source code, I can see it not only did it modify my code, it actually added a router folder, it added a views folder for different views, and my app.vue has been changed. So again, it did warn me that, hey, you have uncommitted changes, are you sure? But I was able to add a whole new feature to my application directly via the CLI, and Vue add router is about as simple as you can get. So that is scaffolding. I showed you scaffolding, I showed you adding a new feature, I showed you, what you have to do to get the final output out. Let's look at a few other features of the CLI, one of them being the UI tool. This is a GUI tool that kind of does what I just did, but it does it via a simple web app. It's run via Vue UI. Now, if you do this, you will see Vue UI. We will run this. It's going to start the GUI. And it should pop open, there we go, in my browser. And you can see it has some default text in there. If I look at this, it's looking at a project. Now, this is actually the last project I worked on. I did some testing earlier, but I can import new projects as well. So if I go to my Vue project manager, this is one I built earlier today. The one that I just built, if I go up here and go to November 2nd and say import this folder. So it essentially kind of does what the CLI did. So if I wanted to add features or add additional plugins, for example, in this case, it recognizes that I have the router installed and say, hey, a lot of people use Vuex, maybe you want to use that. It also allows me to look at my dependencies, look at my configuration, and also run tasks. So I could actually run a build from here by going into task and clicking on build, and we will run the task now. So again, if you are not a CLI person, if you're the kind of person where you use the CLI when you have to, and again, there's nothing wrong with that, this could be kind of a nicer way to get some things done. It is in beta, as you can see there on the title. It's not something, honestly, that I use a lot of, but I could definitely see it being a nice tool. So that was the GUI. There's also a prototyping tool. Again, it's not something I use very often, but I'll show it to you. It's run via Vue Serve. It requires another install, and what's cool is that the CLI will tell you exactly what you have to do. And then once you do that, you can run Vue Serve again, and then it may fail again because it's going to look for, by default, a couple specific file names, and you could tell it one instead. But you can just make your component to test. So for example, I have a single file component here that has a little bit of layout, has a little bit of data, and a little bit of CSS. But what I can do is go to my command line, we'll kill the GUI, and I put it into trash. So I'm going to say view serve, and it should pick up app.view, and it's going to work on just that one particular file. So it's going to do what it has to do. It's thinking about it. It's going to run at localhost 8080 again. So we'll go back to our tab and reload, and I'll see my logic. And this also will have hot reload. So if I go back in here and let's say it's modify, 8 cats is too much, should be 4, although you can never have too many kitties. Save it, reload, and I have 4. I should say 3 because I went 1, 2, 4. So again, prototyping, if you have one component you want to work with and you want to maybe see, or maybe for example, work on just the CSS. The last time I used this actually, it was a CSS thing where I was working on a component in an application, and it was kind of a big application, and I was just having trouble getting the CSS right. I actually, yanked the component out. I worked via view serve, and it was a bit more direct and focused, and I was able to get it kind of working a bit easier that way. So that was really, really quick. In terms of where to go next, there are docs for the CLI. Honestly, I find view -- help typically good enough for what I'm doing. So don't forget to do that as well. If single file components look really alien to you, the main Vue docs do have a page just on that particular aspect. Another thing to consider, Code Sandbox. I mentioned CodePen earlier. I like CodePen for small Vue samples, but when I'm building Vue applications, Code Sandbox works really, really well. And if I did not make you less afraid of the CLI, that's fine. Go to Code Sandbox where they will do all of that for you. You can basically just say, make me a Vue application, and they do all of that for you and just give you the files to start working with. That's another great way to start playing if you're not terribly comfortable working at the CLI. Well, that was a lot of information. Thank you so much for paying attention. Thank you so much for showing up. I greatly appreciate it. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask them.
And thank you, Raymond, for that insightful talk. Can we get some emoji hands for Raymond, please? I mean, these aren't emoji hands, but I thought I'd encourage everyone to do it. Raymond, I got a quick question for you. What do you think of this provisional title, CLI, An American Horror Story? Sound good? Got a good feel to it? Anyhow, anyone have questions for Raymond? We're moving him over to the sessions section on the left-hand side of your screen. So that will be his time for Q&A. So if you have questions for Raymond, please move over to that section now, and you'll be able to have them answered. Now we get into a super awesome part of the conference. I'm a personal big fan of lightning talks, so we're going to have 2 lightning talks coming up. And the first one is going to be creating desktop applications with Vue-nodegui by our very good friend, Shubham. So please, Shubham, take it away.
Hey everyone, are you able to see my screen? I can't hear you, so I'm going to assume everything is fine and get cracking with it. Hi, my name is Shubham, and I'm a software engineer at McKinsey & Company. Today I'm going to be talking about building native desktop applications using a library I created called Vue-nodegui. Before we get started, let's quickly take a look at the agenda for today. We're going to start off by talking about Nodegui, which is the underlying software that powers Vue-nodegui. And then we'll move on to creating mini apps using Vue-nodegui. There are a lot of demos in this talk, so I hope you have a good time. Let's get started. So what is Node.gui? Node.gui is essentially a Node.js wrapper over Qt, a C++ native widget library. It also includes support for flex-based layouts from Yoga by Facebook, which, by the way, it's also what React Native uses under the hood. Along with that, for all other styles like font size, text color, we have something called Qt style sheets. So all of this combined together pretty much gives you a truly native experience, as your apps are not running in any sort of Chromium window. All apps are still JavaScript in runtime, so it's important to note that there's no transpiling happening at any point. Let's take a look at the demo. In this, we'll be building a button counter that increments the count on every click of the button. Fancy. Taking a look at the code, what's happening is that on line 4, we start off by creating a queue main window, which is the main window in which your application would run. Then we go on to create something called the queue widget. Think of this as a div in the HTML world. On line 9, we start creating a button and set its initial text, and also add an event handler that updates the text. Towards the end of the file, we wrap the button into the widget and the button into the queue main window. So yeah, on the right, this is what it would look like. Some of you may have already noticed that it's really familiar to the DOM API. Here's a quick comparison between the two. Yes, I agree, it's very similar. However, both of these are very imperative ways of building applications, so we do need a declarative approach for scale. In the web, we have things like React and Vue. Similarly, for desktop applications in Node.gui, we have React Node.gui and Vue Node.gui. Let's talk about Vue Node.gui today. So Vue Node.gui is essentially a Vue 3 renderer over the existing Node.gui project. So you're essentially writing Vue code, but instead of generating web apps, you're generating native desktop applications. Pretty cool. When I'm feeling proud, I like to think of it as an early React Native, but for desktop applications using Vue. Well, that's just me. Coming back to our counter example with Vue-nodegui, this is what it would look like. It should look familiar to some of you. So we start off by adding the widgets to our templates. By the way, the entire widget catalog is available on the documentation website. In the script tag, we create the setup API using the Vue 3. We also have a reactive count variable and an event handler called increment. And yeah, we pretty much use this in our templates itself. Let's talk a little bit more about the other features that Vue-nodegui offers, like styling and event handling. We already spoke a little bit about it, but yeah. So style is supported in Vue-nodegui using Qt style strings. How it works is that you can add IDs to whatever widgets you want, and then use these IDs pretty much anywhere in the CSS string. In this example, we've also included the flex example for the two buttons. Again, this is powered by Yoga, just a friendly reminder. Qt also supports out-of-the-box pseudo selectors for styling. So in this case, we've used the hover pseudo selector to change the background and the text color for the two buttons. Pretty cool. One thing that's different is the style sheet prop from the web. This is currently required for styles to work. So you need to add this prop to your parent or the container component. However, we are working on a style loader that would potentially eliminate the need for something like this in the future. Let's now talk about events. So for events, we'll create a mini app in which we capture the user's input, convert it to uppercase, and display it right below the input box. So we start off by creating an event handler that pretty much changes the text to uppercase. And then we attach the event handler to whatever widget you want in the template. In this case, we're using VN line edit because honestly, by this point, I'm pretty bored of buttons in this talk. There's also another option for those of you who've worked with Vue. You would have already recognized it. Is that you can use V model. And yeah, this is supported right out of the box with Vue-nodegui. The entire list of the events for each of these widgets are again on the documentation website. Now that I've mentioned it a couple of times, it's about time we took a look at the documentation site. So here's a quick overview of it. So on the API page, you can find the entire widget catalog and also the documentation for every single widget that is there. Here, let's take a look at the checkbox. So with every widget, we have this sample usage documentation. We have what it looks like. And if you scroll a little further, we have all the props documented too. However, some of you who are just starting off would be more interested in the docs tab, where we have documented the steps for getting started, a few design decisions, a few more code snippets. So yeah, do check it out. We also have this nifty little search that will allow you to search for whatever you want super quickly. So in this case, we'll just look for Vue, which by the way is the Vue-nodegui version of the Q widget in Node.gui. Yeah, it takes you to the API page. Amazing. So now for the most important part of this presentation, all my social media plugs. But in all honesty, do make sure that you check out my Twitter later today, because that's where I'll be sharing all these slides. So you'll be able to get easier access to all the links that I mentioned in this talk. If you're interested, please also do check out the project. It's Vue-nodegui in the Nodegui organization. It's in its infancy, so we are really wholeheartedly welcoming any sort of contributions from all of you and even the entire community. Anything from code to infrastructure to CI/CD to documentation, all of it is welcome. So please do consider that. While you're at it, you can also check out the other repositories in the Nodegui organization, the Nodegui itself, and React Nodegui. If you're interested in things like news and updates about the Nodegui world, take a look at the official Twitter handle. It's managed by this amazing guy called Atul, who is also the creator of Nodegui. So yeah, I hope you had fun in this talk. I surely did. Yeah, that's my talk. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Shubham. Can we get some emoji claps? I'm going to do mine. Once again, if you do have questions, we are moving him over to the sessions section so that you can expand on anything that you wanted to ask him. Now, the one thing he mentioned that I really loved is the need for documentation. And I'd love to expand on that, but documentation actually is part of the reason Vue exploded so much. I'll get into that in a little second. But what I do want to get into right now is if you look at the chat window, if you go to the very top of the chat window, you're going to see a pinned link, and that link is to the COC, the Code of Conduct. If you need to read it again, please do. We are keeping an eye on the chat right now, so we just want to let you know that we are watching. All right. Now, next up, we're going to get into another lightning talk. Again, these things are very much faves of mine. We have Kim Noel coming in to talk about deploying Vue apps to Azure. So Kim, please take it away.
All right, welcome everyone. My name is Kim, and I'm going to show you how to deploy your Vue apps to Azure using the Azure Static Web Apps service. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a folder. I have Vue app test, nothing is in there. Alrighty, I'm going to open up a new terminal. Here we go. We're going to do a clone a repo that I have over on GitHub. Perfect. So now you see I have different kind of apps. So today I'm going to show you for Vue. So I'm just going to, first I'm going to switch into my app. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. I want to change into my app. We go, and then I'm going to go into Vue app. Here we go. I'm going to do npm install for us. Let that kind of run for a bit. Continue to run for a bit. Now this is assuming that you've created an Azure account. It doesn't take much to set up. Don't really need to walk you through those steps, but you'll need to have an Azure account to be able to deploy to it. Just kind of makes sense, right? Alrighty, looks like we're finishing up here, almost done. Almost excellent. And then let's do a run. Right now I haven't touched anything to do with Azure, really just kind of making sure my app's up and running in Vue first before I deploy it to Azure. Let's open localhost. And you'll see this is my awesome Vue app. It. Perfect. So now that our Vue app's up and running, good to go, I'm going to show you how to use the Azure Static Web App extension for Visual Studio Code. So if you already have anything to do with Azure in your Visual Studio Code, you'll see the little Azure button. So I already have app services, functions, and static web apps set up and installed already in my Visual Studio Code. If you don't, you just have to head over to the Visual Studio Marketplace to get the extension and install, and it'll have you sign into your Azure account just so that it's nice and connected. But you can do this if you open the command palette, Control Shift P, I think. Yeah, there you go. Once you install the extension, you open the palette, you can do, I think, Azure sign in. I've already done that. Skip ahead just a little bit, and I'm going to create a static web app for myself. And so it's going to list you the subscriptions. If you have none, you won't see anything here. So you need to have a subscription on Azure. So you choose which one you want to use. And you're going to name your web app the same way you would in the portal, but I'm going to do this again all through Visual Studio, which is kind of awesome. What did I name my app? My Vue app test. Oops, I already had one because this is the second time I'm trying this. So let's just call it my Vue app. I'm going to use my GitHub account. It's already linked. I have all these other spaces. I'm going to do my personal one. I got to choose the repo that I'm using. So let's do my Vue app test is what I called it. I'm going to work off of the main branch. If I had other branches, you'd see the list here and you can choose which one you want to deploy from. I'm going to just choose main because that's all I got going. Right now, like I said, I had other apps and I want to just use my Vue app one, but if you're already in your app's location, you could just use the forward slash, but I need to select my Vue app. So I'm going to select Vue app. I'm going to do, this is where the build path for my app's location. I'm going to press enter. This is an Azure thing, so I need to select the location where I want to deploy from. Not so important. I'm going to use East US 2. That's where I am. And then we're going to let Azure set it up for me, which is awesome. Again, I haven't left Visual Studio Code. You can do this all in the you can do this all in the Azure portal yourself. It's just super nice when you can do it straight from Visual Studio Code. I don't need to get out. So I'm gonna click on View Output. It successfully created it, and I should be able to see all of my apps. See, I ran a few tests today to do that. So I recently just called it my Vue app. So what you can do actually is right click and head over to the Azure portal, and I'm just gonna let it open up. Let's do like this. I just want to give you, I don't want to put out anything that I'm not supposed to. So you'll see that Azure kind of gives you already a place where your app will reside. So if you actually click on this and how over there, once your app is deployed, you'll see it here. My app's probably still being loaded through a GitHub action, so it probably hasn't loaded yet, and you can actually go and check the status. It gives you it right away, and then you can check the status and it'll bring you over to GitHub, and so you can check the status of your deployment. So mine is queued right now. It failed earlier. That was done 18 minutes ago, so that's not the one we're doing. So it's still deploying, and you can see it queued over there. So it's essentially that easy. So there's more parts to this. I'll show you. If you want to head over to the Microsoft Azure booth, can walk you through kind of your fallback routes and configuring fallback routes and stuff like that, don't really have time, you can actually head over to microsoft.com/learn. There's actually a module with all the steps lined out if you wanted to go ahead and try this yourself. So let me just open it. You just zoom in here. And so you can actually go through this yourself. So kind of neat. Essentially that's, and once the app is ready and deployed, that URL that Azure gave me will show off my app. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Come check us out at the Microsoft Azure booth. Love to chat, and thanks.
Emoji hands for Kim Noel, please. That was fantastic. I love lightning talks. In fact, I've actually talked about doing a semi-conference of all lightning talks. Actually, I have an event next week, which is around, actually, I'll post about it in the chat. So whatever, but it's around lightning talks either way. But again, Kim Noel, thank you very much. She's actually going to also move over to the section. So if you do have questions for her, please move over there as well, and she'll be able to chat with you back and forth and answer all your queries. And we have come to that time of the day where we are going to let people go for lunch. But before we do that, we just want to go through a few little stats for you. Now, this is the VueConf Toronto, VueConf World, VueConf International, as I mentioned earlier. But we just want to share some stats. We've had about 6,000 people watching the stream so far, which is fantastic. So thank you very much for that. People from 130 different countries. So that is also amazing. So thank you very much for joining us. So now, since we're crunching numbers, we are going to give you about 60 minutes for lunch. So you'll be able to go out and get whatever you want. I don't know. I talked about getting some rice, so I love rice. I'm going to do that. Maybe you're going to go snack, get a steak. I don't know. Whatever you want, go have it. We're going to be back here in 60 minutes, in which case we'll obviously get back into some of the talks. But if you do have your lunch with you already, you could maybe go over to the expo section of the tabs on the side, so you can be able to hang out with some of your favorite sponsors, talk about some stuff they have coming up. Maybe they'll share some more knowledge with you, whatever it may be, but they're there for your every need as well. That being said, I also want to talk about something you saw earlier, which is the little counter that you may have seen flipping around. That's actually the number of followers that the VueConf Toronto account has on Twitter. So if you want to give us a little follow on the side, you'll see it grow. We are at 2191 right now. So I don't know, can we get to 2200 before the end of lunch? Help us out. That being said, please go enjoy a good, healthy meal. I got some chips here, and I don't know. See you in about 60 minutes. All right, enjoy. And just like that, we are back. Hope everyone enjoyed the break. And I'm actually going to ask everyone what they had for lunch. I mean, you could, if you find the emoji, drop it in the chat because I'm very curious. Now, I'm going to tell you what we had, and I say we as in the team. It was like an amazing rice dish with like steamed vegetables, I think. A double dose of steamed vegetables. I was actually a little overwhelmed, even though I'm a bit of a veggie guy. But, you know, some plain old water. Actually, there's still some pop left. I could see a can of Sprite, whatever. Either way, let us know what you had, if you enjoyed it. But I do know one thing. It sounds like everyone enjoyed the music. So can we get a little emoji clap for the VueConf Toronto DJ? Yes, thank you. That was, it's been a good experience. You know, you're eating your food, great music. Some of you, like Sean, hooked it up to their little speakers. Someone had surround sound or something like that. So I hope you were able to cut the rug on, you know, at your place and have a good time. That being said, we are going to get back into some more talks. And that's what we're here for. Now, would you believe I was going through a bit of the poll and to see like who was most represented here during the conference. And I see North America's in the top place, Asia behind that, South America, Africa. All right. I mean, let me ask you this. Is anyone here from the West Indies, the Caribbean? Let me know. Drop a little flag in that chat because, you know, that's right. But in number one place, Europe. Apparently, a lot of Europeans are on the chat. Well, or at the conference, pardon me. So it's only right that I bring in our next guest. So here to talk about finite state machines in Vue 3, we have, guess who? And I can say it properly, Sarah Dayan. Alors Sarah, on y va.
What's up, Vue community? This is Sarah Dayan speaking to you from France, from Paris, in my home office. And today I want to talk to you about finite state machines in Vue 3 with the composition API. So again, my name is Sarah Dayan. I work at Algolia. I'm a front-end engineer, and I love Vue. I've discovered Vue many years ago, and it blew my mind. So back then, I mostly used jQuery to build web applications. And so that was a revolution for me to be able to create declarative web applications fully driven by reactive states. Now, in all modern front-end libraries, state drives everything. Everything. You bind state to your templates and it drives the render. So when you mutate that data, the library updates the render. So that could be a string or a number that you use to display a dynamic label or compute a numeric value. It could be an array that you use to display lists or tables or objects to represent information about a given item. It could also be a Boolean to define visual state at a given moment. For example, think about a toggleable sidebar that could be open or closed. So a Boolean would be ideal to represent that. A classic example of state in action is when you are fetching data. As you start fetching, you want to notify the user with some loading indicator so that they know that something is coming. When the data arrives, you want to show that data. If there's an error, you need to let the user know. But in both cases, you want to remove the loading indicator. And this is how we leverage these values in a template. First, we are showing the loading indicator. If we have data, we want to show that data, so we loop over it. And finally, if we have an error, we want to show a message. But what happens when you have a logic error? For example, imagine that you forget to update the loading state after you assign the data. Inconsistent state, your app is broken, your customers are angry. So this is because imperative programming is more error prone. It is easy to forget steps or to make mistakes. We all moved from imperative JavaScript, DOM API, or jQuery to declarative Vue mainly because of the numerous pitfalls of imperative programming. We know we should only control the what, not the how. With Vue, we only control the applicative logic, and we let Vue take care of connecting it with the platform. Think with the DOM, that could be with a CLI, anything. But somehow we are still imperatively assigning states, like we used to manually mutate the DOM by hand. So why don't we use a better system, some kind of a framework that models the concept of state and lets us take care of the what and not the how. I'm not talking about a state manager or anything that centralizes and distributes states. What I'm talking about is some kind of an engine that helps us model state and ensure its integrity. Some sort of a state machine. The basic idea of a state machine is to represent all the finite states of a given object. So for example, a song can be playing, paused, or stopped. It can only be in one of those states at a given time. So you can transition between these states. For instance, you can toggle between playing and paused or between playing and stopped. You can also go from paused to stopped, but you cannot do it the other way around. To trigger transitions, we send events. So these are the basics of state machines. A list of finite states, always one at a time, which we change with transitions that we trigger with events. So this is an interesting model because it ensures state integrity. Instead of defining imperative UI flows and lose track of their logic, state machines make them first-class citizens by letting you model them declaratively. It also fits very well with the reactive nature of Vue. We can change the state of a machine and let Vue react to its changes. In JavaScript, the most popular finite state machine package is Xstates. Xstates was invented by David Khorshid and grew into quite a mature library over the years. Xstate ships with bindings for Vue, including for the composition API. So together, we are going to give it a test drive live by refactoring a working application that uses imperative state. Let's get to it. So this is the application that I've built with Vue 3 and the composition API, and that we are going to refactor today with Xstate. So this application contains a little bit of applicative states. You have, for example, the sidebar here that you can toggle like that. You also have this preview here that you can toggle as well. And you can switch between this view, the preview, and HTML view. Preview, HTML view. And right now, everything is handled manually. I'm going to show you right now in the code what that means. So this is the export function of my editor.vue file. So here you can see you have a bunch of composition functions to handle the application. And starting here, you have all the manual code to handle the applicative state. So the state itself is a reactive object. It contains the state for the sidebar, for the preview mode. And then you have a bunch of functions to mutate that state. Finally, we return everything here. This way we can use it in the template. For example, here we have the button to switch the sidebar, to toggle the sidebar. We are executing this toggle sidebar function. We are using the editor state as well to decide whether to show or hide stuff like the label here or the sidebar itself in that case. So this is nice, it works, but the problem is that this is all very manual. This is very error prone. As the application grows, I would need to create more functions. I could make the application enter conflicting states. So this is not something that you want to do manually. You want to use a system that is more robust and that is going to ensure that your application state is handled the way it should be, that it can never enter a conflicting state. So the first thing we're going to do is create the definition for our state machine. So we're going to create a new variable called editor. And we're going to use machine, which is a factory function that xState exposes, which takes an object, and we are going to define our states. So unlike what we have right now, where we have a Boolean that defines whether our sidebar is open or not, so that's a binary state. In xStates and with state machines, what you do is that you define all the different states that a machine can be in. And then the state machine ensures that it can only be in one state at a time. So in that case, we would say sidebar expanded and sidebar collapsed. So these are our two states. And now what we want to do is make sure that we can move from one to the other. So to do that, what you do is that you define transitions. Transitions are triggered by sending events on the machine. The machine listens to events, and depending on the state on which it is at a given time, it will move on to another state. So for example, when we are on sidebar expanded, we can define a transition. So on toggle sidebar, and it would go to sidebar collapsed. The same way, when we are on sidebar collapsed, we define a transition, toggle sidebar, the same one, and you would go to sidebar expanded. So right now we are reproducing that binary state that we had with the Boolean with those two states, and when they are receiving that same event, they would go from one to the other. Finally, because the machine has to be in one state, it cannot be in 0 states or 2 states, it has to be in one state, we are going to define an initial state. So in our case, we want the sidebar to be expanded by default. So we can say initial sidebar expanded, right? And so now that we have that machine, what we need is to create a running instance of it, what you call a service in xState. For that, you can use the composition function exposed by xState called useMachine, and you pass your the machine definition, and it will return the state, which is an object we can use to see what the current state is, and send, which is a function which will allow us to send events. From that point on, we can expose state and send to our template, and now we can use them right away within the template. So here, instead of executing the function imperatively, we are going to send an event and let xState manage the state switching. So we can do send toggle sidebar. And so the machine is going to receive the event and switch the state based on the state that it is on at a given moment. And so here we can refactor this line and this line. Instead of using our manual editor state, we can say, okay, in that case, we want to display, show or hide based on the current state of the machine. So we can say state matches, which is a method that will return a Boolean based on the state that I pass, and that would be sidebar collapsed in that case. And here that would be state matches sidebar expanded, right? So now we are done refactoring the sidebar, so we can remove the old code that we no longer use. So we no longer need this toggle sidebar here. We no longer need the definition here, and we no longer need that line. Now I'm going to save, and we're going to check in the browser if it works. Cool. I'm in the browser, and as you can see, it still works, so that's great. We just refactored the sidebar. So now let's move on to the preview. So in our state machine right now, we have those two states, and we want to also be able to manage the preview. And as you can guess already, the preview has nothing to do with the sidebar. They cohabitate, but they they don't influence one another. And this is a problem in state machines in that case, because the machine can only be in one given state at a time. So there are several solutions. The easy one would be to create another machine only for the preview. But in that case, because we don't have that many states, that would be a little bit overkill. So instead, what we can do is to leverage one property of state charts, which are an extension of state machines. And these are parallel states. Parallel states allow us to have a fully orthogonal states, so states that don't have anything to do with one another, cohabitate within the same machine. So this is what we're going to do right now. So instead of setting everything at the root like that, we're going to say that our machine is of type parallel, like this. And we are going to move all of that within a parallel node. So we're going to say states. Within that, we're going to define our parallel state called sidebar. And we can move all this within it. Right? So now that we've done that, we no longer need that namespace like we have here. So that's going to be much cleaner. So let's change that into expanded, here into collapsed. Right? And so now we can also change it within the template. So here, instead of having sidebar collapsed, we can say sidebar collapsed like this. And here sidebar dot expanded like that. Let's move here, and I can still toggle. Great. So now we are ready to define our preview state. So let's do this. So in the same way, I'm going to create my parallel state called preview. I'm going to define an initial state. So for now, it's going to be empty. And then I'm going to define my states. So we will have visible and hidden, right? And so similarly, we can say visible has a transition on toggle preview. We're going to move on to hidden. And when we are on hidden, on toggle preview, we're going to move on to visible. So one small thing before we move on, because right now it might very well look like we are writing a bunch of code to change a binary state, and that it would be much better with the Boolean. But the thing is that nothing prevents you from writing many more transitions. So for example, we could definitely say here that we have close preview, which would go to hidden as well. And here we could say open preview, which would go to visible. So here you can see that it's really easy to create many more transitions from one state to another depending on the current state. And instead of writing a bunch of new functions where you write imperative code, what you can do is declaratively write everything that your machine can do in all the states it can be in, all the transitions, and you have all that logic here at the state machine level in a way that is much easier to read. Let's remove this, and now let's refactor within our template. So we have here the toggle preview function being executed. So instead of that, we're gonna send an event. So it's gonna be toggle preview, right? And then we have a bunch of places where we are using this editor as preview open here. So you can see we are gonna select them all, and we are gonna move on to state.matches, and it's going to be preview.visible, right? So this should be good. And here you can see that it keeps on working. Perfect. So now let's move on to this part here, which is the preview mode, so HTML rendered, etc. So we can affect that, but this is something that we want to only be able to change when the sidebar is visible. This is a state that depends on a parent piece of state. And so in XState, you can actually handle that with what we call hierarchical nodes or nested nodes, nested states. So let's see right now how to do that. So let's go to our machine. So here, instead of declaring another parallel state, what we're going to do is define a state, but within this visible node here. So we're going to do same thing, define an initial state. Let's keep it empty for now, and some states. So those are going to be child states. And so we can write our states like we are used to right now, you know, the drill. So HTML and rendered, right? So we would say that initially we are in rendered mode. And when you are in HTML, you can set a transition. So we could say toggle preview mode. And this would go to rendered, and on rendered on toggle preview mode, we would go to HTML. And so this concept of nested nodes are actually creating compound states that we can use within our application. So we can go directly in our template to refactor. And so here, for example, at the end, you can see that we are doing a bunch of string equality checks like that. And so instead of doing that, now we can say state.matches preview visible HTML. Great. And so we have we have other pieces of code. So for example, here we are checking whether a preview is visible, and then if it's equal to HTML, what we can do instead is say directly .html, remove that, .rendered, remove this. Great. Let's not forget to get rid of that. So instead we're gonna send the event. So toggle preview mode. Great. So there should not be any remnants. No, that sounds fine. So we can remove a bunch of code, by the way. Let's remove all this. We can remove the toggle preview and toggle preview mode. This can go away as well, which means we can remove that, by the way. Let's remove this reactive object here. We no longer need to import reactive from Vue. And so now if I save and I go to my application, I am still able to move between preview and HTML. Now there is one thing that I want to show you right now. We are on HTML, so this is not the default state. This is not the initial state. And if I move to HTML and I close the preview, then I reopen it, we are back on the rendered state. That's because the state machine does not remember what was the state that we were last in. And so that's something we want to fix. XState allows us to do that with what we call history nodes. Those history nodes are special nodes that you can set in your machine, and you're going to be able to remember the last state within a group of states, and so you're going to be able to transition back to that last memorized state. So it's pretty easy to do. What you're going to do is simply create a new state. So you can call it the way you want. I'm going to call mine memo, and simply say it is of type history. And this is where we are going to persist the last state that we are in. And so when you are in hidden mode and you want to go back to visible, we are going to actually go to visible.memo, and instead of defaulting to the initial state, it's going to go back to our memo state if it's defined. So here, let's say we go back to HTML, we close, we reopen, and we are in our last memorized state. All right, so I hope you liked that demo. This was really only scratching the surface of Xstate, state machines, state charts. I know everybody always says that, oh, it's only scratching the surface, but I can guarantee you that it's true. You can do so much more with state machines, so I definitely encourage you to try it out. Try Xstate, try something else if you want. Like, to be honest, I don't get money every time that I mention Xstate. Maybe I should. The beautiful thing about state machines is that it's nothing new. That's a very old model, very tried and true pattern that backend folks have been using for quite a while. I would definitely recommend trying that out in front end. See if that can make your application better. I would encourage starting with something that would be at the periphery of your application. Don't necessarily start refactoring your entire application right away, the core of your application. Maybe you can start with something outside of it. Something like the login form, for example, could be a good idea to give it a test drive, see if you like it, see if your coworkers like it as well, see if it improves your code, if you can remove some tests that are actually covered in the library itself. All right, that's all from me, Vue community. Thanks for listening, and I hope we can see each other in the flesh very soon. Bye.
I'm live. Yay! Now, I would say thank you, Sarah, but I scratched that out of my notes, and I'm going to say the following. Merci, Sarah, et des applaudissements, je vous prie. Can I get some claps in there, please? Now, as per usual, Sarah is going to join us in the sessions if you have any questions. So please head over there if you do want to get some clarifications on what she talked about and any other queries that you may have had. Now, before proceeding to our next guest, I just wanted to sort of rehash some of the stuff that I'd asked for in our last little meeting. So I was looking at some of the food that you guys have been having. So obviously, there is no tech event without pizza, so there was tons of pizza in there. Someone had some homemade chili. I love veggie chili, especially on top of rice. It's amazing. But I got to give a shout out to Gabriel Côté, who had like a slow French roast with Dijon glaze, carrots, and onions. I'm like, where did you find time to make that? I'm wondering that myself. Someone had vegan black bean quinoa soup. Sounds pretty tasty. But one of my favorites, I got to give a shout out to Monica Alba, who had a Nutella sandwich. Now, let me tell you a little secret. I love Nutella, especially in a hot bowl of oatmeal. You get like a teaspoon, you put it in, you wait 2 minutes, and it's like gold. So shout outs, Monica. And other shout outs to Christopher Fleming, who's fasting. So if I'd known, I may not have asked because you just got flooded with all this food. Really sorry. But also getting back to that question about anyone from the Caribbean. So someone from DR, so Dominican Republic, shout out. Hola, ¿qué tal? Someone from Barbados, yeah, Bajans, let's go. And someone from Martinique who's living in Paris, so shout outs to you again. And finally, we want to thank everyone who gave us about 50 plus ads on Twitter. If you can see, the unicorn is very happy because I think oh, look at that, it's moving in. Did we just lose one? I don't know. I hope not. I hope we just didn't lose a follower. Okay, he or she came back. We're at 2247 right now, so it's been fun watching the little clicker go nuts. So thank you very much for all the ads, and keep adding us, please. Now, let's get to our next guest. So we're going all the way from Europe, all the way back to Toronto, Canada, here to talk about strategies for writing reusable components. Please welcome and put your hands together for Michael Thiessen. Let's go.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Thiessen here, and I am so excited to be able to present to you today. This is actually my third time at VueConf, 3 years in a row, and I am so honored to be back here again. Every year it's been an amazing experience, and although these videos are pre-recorded, I am sure that it's already been an awesome experience and will continue to be great. So before I get started, I want to thank Jilson and the entire team at VueConf for putting this together and for having me. I've actually kept my lanyards from the previous years because they're just such good memories and I want to remember them. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Michael Thiessen and I write a blog at michaelnthiessen.com where I write all about Vue from beginner topics all the way up to more advanced topics, although I do tend to focus more on intermediate patterns and techniques and advanced ways that you can use Vue to really supercharge your development. If you've spent a bunch of time Googling for questions and trying to find answers to solve your problems through Google, there's a pretty good chance that you've ended up on my blog, whether you remembered it or not. I also create courses to teach you more about Vue. Last year, I released a course called Clean Components, and actually this week, I released a new one called Reusable Components. That's on sale right now. Just a few days ago, it launched. In fact, what I'm going to talk to you today is about reusable components and how we can get more out of our components by building in these patterns of reusability. I'm actually going to give you 2 videos from that course. The first one is on the 6 levels of reusability, which gives an overview of all of the different ways that we can use reusability within our components. The second video will dive deep into understanding what scoped slots are and how they work so that you can actually start to implement them in your own components instead of just using them or sort of knowing them as a feature that you kind of understand but don't really know enough to use. By the end of this talk, you will know how to use scope slots in your own code. Scoped slots are one of the least understood but most powerful features of Vue, in my own opinion. And so I think it's really important to understand how to use them really well. So without further ado, here are the videos. There are 6 different levels of reusability that a component can go through. From beginning to end, they're not necessarily more difficult or better in any way, but they build on top of each other and grow in complexity. And these levels are useful to think about because it helps you to understand where you're at and what type of reusability is necessary for your specific component that you're working with. Not all components need to be crazy flexible or maximally reusable. Sometimes it's just enough to have a component that can be used in a couple places, and that's it. So let's take a look at the 6 different levels of reusability. So the first one is templating. Then we have configuration, adaptability, inversion, extension, and then nesting. So we'll go into a little bit about each one, but ultimately the rest of the course is about diving into each one of these in great detail and really exploring them and getting the most out of them that we possibly can. Now, these first 3, templating, configuration, and adaptability, these are things that you've probably dealt with or at least heard about. These are more common techniques that I see people using. However, the last 3 are things that I have never seen out there in the wild, and so they may very well be the first time that you've ever heard of these things. And so the bulk of this course is actually focused on 4, 5, and 6, but we will cover the first 3 just to make sure we're all on the same page. We've all got the right context going into this, but we won't be spending a lot of time on them. So this first one is templating. It lets us reuse markup across different components, which makes our future changes to these components a lot simpler. So instead of copy and pasting your code everywhere throughout your application, you actually take that bit of code that you want to reuse and wrap it up inside of a component. And instead of copying and pasting, you can just reuse that component throughout your application. Then if you need to change something about that code, you just change in that component in that one spot, and it updates everywhere else across your application. The other benefit that's not as often talked about is that we don't forget about all of the different places that we've copied and pasted. After months or even years go by, you may have copy and pasted that button code dozens of times. And then when you go back in to update the border radius, or you want to add in a loading state or something like that, you forget all the different places that you've copied and pasted. And templating allows you to eliminate that issue. So for example, we could do this with a button component. Instead of copy and pasting the code for the button and its loading state, disabled state, and all the other things that go along with that, we can just take that code, wrap it up in a nice little component, and then reuse that component all throughout our application. This is one of the more common use cases for reusability, the one that you'll often see talked about the most. So let's move on. Number 2 is configuration. So here we're actually taking advantage of props and using them to create variations in the behavior of our component. So instead of copying and pasting different versions of our component for every different kind of thing we need it to do, we're actually going to just use a prop to make those little tweaks and little changes as we need them. Now this is different than changing the state of a component. For example, our button component could have a loading state or a disabled state, but I wouldn't consider that to be part of configuration. The data that's being used in the component is also not part of the configuration. So the text that's on the button, for example, would not be part of that configuration. But if we used a type prop to create a primary and a default button type, or to create a button that just has an icon on it and no text, then that would be an example of configuration. This third one is adaptability. And here we're going to go even further and actually allow the child component to control how the markup from the parent component is used. So this gives us a lot more flexibility than props. With props, we're limited to strings, numbers, booleans, objects, arrays. And instead, here we can pass in, using slots, we can pass in any HTML, any markup that we want. Instead of being limited to those 5 primitive types, we can pass in whatever we want to this child component. So what this does is it actually gives our components adaptability. With props, you have to imagine all of the future use cases for that component, and you have to build them into that component. With adaptability, you are using a slot to give flexibility to the component so that it can be used differently in the future based on whatever needs it has. So a good example of this is if we, instead of using a text prop for the button, we actually use a slot. By using a slot, we can pass in text, but we can also pass in an icon, we can pass in an image, we can pass in a loading spinner if we forgot to add that into our base component and we don't want to go back in and add that. We can add in this loading spinner after the fact. Something that wasn't even thought of when we initially created this component, but because we've given the component adaptability, we can add in that extra use case on the fly. Number 4 is inversion. Here we actually let the child component know how to render our markup. So the difference between adaptability and inversion is that with adaptability, we are giving the markup from the parent to the child as a single chunk. With inversion, we are passing rules or a recipe to the child component. And then the child component will then take that recipe and do whatever it wants with that. So this is like the difference between ordering takeout, where you just get the meal delivered to you, versus looking at a recipe online. When you have the recipe, it's a little bit more work because you have to actually make it, but you can make your own tweaks to it. You can substitute different ingredients if you want. And so inversion gives us more flexibility. It actually unlocks full adaptability within a component. And where adaptability is done using slots, inversion, we typically will use scope slots to let us do this. So a good example of this one is rendering a list of items, but with inversion, we can actually have the parent component tell the child component how each item in that list should be rendered. The parent doesn't have the list of data, and it's not responsible for iterating through that list of data, but it gives it a recipe for how to render that data out. Number 5 is extension. So we take this idea of adaptability and inversion, and now we're going to apply it across the entire component. We're going to extend that behavior of the component in as many different ways as we need to. We'll do that by creating multiple different extension points within our component. So with our list, we can customize how each item is rendered. In this way, we're going to add that, but we can also have other elements of that component customizable. And here we're going to take advantage of named slots so that we can have multiple different slots within our component. For example, we could have a component that has a header and a footer slot. And by adding in multiple extension points like this, we can extend the behavior in not just one way, but multiple different ways. We can override the header slot and extend the behavior of the header in that way, or we can do the footer, or we can do both of these and extend the majority of this component's behavior by extending the header and footer slots at the same time. This last one is the most advanced, the most complex, which is why it's number 6. And it is nesting this idea of extension. So we're going to take this idea of extension points, but we're going to actually pass these extension points through several different layers of components. The reason that we do this is that we often have a hierarchy of components. Each component extends the other component, but adding more specific functionality. Now, this is extremely valuable in large applications. If you're doing something with a very small or maybe even medium-sized application, you may not run into something like this. But if you have components that are being used in many different ways throughout your application, then this will actually be extremely useful. So an example of this is the classic object-oriented subclassing example. If we have an animal, it's the most broad category, but then we can take that animal and add some attributes to it, that it's warm-blooded, and several other things. I'm not a biologist, so I don't know. But then we get to a mammal. And a mammal's pretty broad category still. But if you had a dog component, for example, you could reuse that component several times to implement not just the poodle component, but a Labrador component or a beagle component. And at each of these different levels, you can override them in different ways to create different trees of components that all override each other, extend each other, and leverage reusability to its maximum potential. So those are the 6 different levels of reusability. The rest of this course, we will dive deeper into understanding and fleshing out these different levels and seeing how they work and operate. But hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea of where we're going and will help you to recognize where you're using these different levels within your own code and maybe give you some ideas on how you can apply these already to the projects that you're working on.
So now I'd like to take some time to explain how scoped slots work. So earlier we took a look at regular slots and how they work and how you can think of them as functions. And now we'll see exactly why scoped slots are functions and exactly why they are implemented as functions in Vue. So here we have a child component, and inside of that we've got this slot. Now using a scoped slot, we grab this item and we render it using a bold styling. And so that's what you see here. In our child component, we've got before, and then we have our slot where we iterate through these values on this array. And then we get this after printed after the slot. Now this slot, because it's going through each one, will pop each one of those values in turn through this template. And that's why we get 3 of these, all with this font bold class on them. So I'll show you how we can actually replicate this functionality using just functions and some strings. So we'll grab this class so we can make it look exactly the same, and we'll create this div here. So we're going to use this vhtml directive, which lets us take any arbitrary HTML that we want and we'll actually render it to the DOM as HTML. Normally, if we would put HTML inside of a curly braces like this, it will render it just as text, and we don't want that. So we're going to do this and call a method called createFakeComponent. And so in our setup, we'll just create this method here. And so what this will do is we'll return a div. And for now, we'll just put in before and then after. So we actually need to call that method. There we go. And now we've got this fake component here instead of using this child. In fact, I'm going to move this class off of this div here that does the border, and we're actually going to put this on here instead. But now we actually want to do more than this. We want to be able to do this slot here. So like we saw in the previous lesson, I can actually create a slot in here just by using some interpolation here. So if I have that, then I can say, put this in the slot. And now we see that all we're doing is passing this as a variable into our createFakeComponent method, and it's rendering it out. Slots can be seen to be just arguments passed into a function. And a component is just a function that returns some HTML. But scoped slots, well, those are a little bit different yet. With a scoped slot, we're not just passing in anything, we're passing in a function. And so if we take this child and we say, okay, let's replicate this v4, what we can do is actually put this in place of our regular slot. We'll put in this scoped slot and we'll map it. And for right now, we'll just do nothing with this mapping. And we'll see that it prints out 1, 2, 3. And actually the commas are there because it renders it as an array. So if I do this, then it will print out this string for us. So now we've sort of simulated this v4 that's going on, but that's not a scoped slot at all. We need to be able to, like we do here, pass in this template, which lets us control how each of these items are rendered. So we'll pass in, or we'll change this name to be scoped slot, and we'll actually use that as the function. So now what we need to do is pass in a function that takes an element and returns some sort of HTML. And so instead of this, we'll go element and we'll write class is font bold and then put EL there. And I messed up the formatting because I used double quotes in here instead of single quotes. Tricky little things here. But as you can see, now we've got the exact same output here. And what's going on is that we pass in this function, which is exactly like passing in this scoped slot. And this function takes in an element, and then we use that element to return some HTML. And so that's exactly what this scope slot is doing. We take in an element, in this case from the v slot, and we use that to generate some HTML, which we return. And in our child component, we're using this slot once for every one of these items in this array. And as you'll see here, we're doing the exact same thing. Once for every time in this array, we're going to call this scoped slot function on this element, which then returns us some HTML. So when we provide a scoped slot like this, what we're really doing is passing a function down to this child component, and then that child component can then call up into the parent component so that it can learn, or that it can figure out how to render each item. The crucial thing here is that this child component calls these things when it wants to. It calls this function when it wants to. It's not controlled by the parent in this case. It's just the parent is providing this option to the child component. And so in this way, it's a delegation or an inversion of the logic. And that's why we call this inversion, because instead of the parent dictating what the child should do, the child now has control over the process. In the next lesson, we're going to talk a little bit more about why scoped slots are like this and why they kind of work in an upside down way. So that concludes my talk for today. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you learned something from it that you can take away and apply to your job, to your work. If you are interested in learning more about the reusable components course that this material was based on, you can head over to my website. There will be a link somewhere that you can find, and you can follow it to check out more about the course. It's aimed more at intermediate to advanced Vue developers. My goal with this course was really to give you as many of those aha moments as possible, to give you more tools, more ways of thinking about your components that would unlock different solutions and different ways of looking at your code. Because when you have more tools available to you, you can get the job done faster and better. And because this is still the launch week for the course, there is still a launch sale going on. So if you are at all interested in the course, be sure to head over there and check it out. Again, I want to thank you for being here to watch me give this presentation, even though it's a little bit weird that I have to record this ahead of time instead of presenting it to you all in person. And I also want to, again, thank everyone involved with putting on this conference. I know it's an enormous amount of work, and so we are all very grateful to be able to be a part of this. Thank you.
All right. Man, you know what? I'm having a super good time. But, I just want to say, VueConf Toronto, you guys are keeping us entertained in that chat. It's been quite the pleasure reading it. So, first of all, can we get a round of applause for our good friend, Michael Thiessen? I want to see those hand emojis in the chat, please. Now, I'm going to request a second applause for how he matched his shirt with his deck, please. That was actually kind of amazing. It made me smile because I actually did the same, I think it was last year at a conference in Berlin, in fact, and I'd seen another speaker do it, and I remember changing my deck around because I had this floral shirt, and I basically walked in front of my deck, and I basically disappeared, and I came back. It was funny. I'll link it up, actually. So anyhow, Michael Thiessen, thank you very much. If you have any more questions for him, like maybe a link to his course, as someone said in the chat, please go into the sessions where he'll be able to answer some more questions that you have regarding the entire talk and other things, obviously. You know, and it's funny, I was watching the talk and I'm thinking like, man, I think Michael, I feel like he drives a Trans Am. Like, that's how cool he is. Either way, we are going to get into another amazing part of the day, which is a break. We're going to have a 30-minute break. You'll be able to go stretch your legs or maybe even go into the expo and speak to some more of the sponsors. Keep them busy, ask them questions that you may have about some of their products and whatnot, and everything under the sun. That being said, I think that's pretty much it. That's all I wanted to mention before we go on break. Yeah, I think so. So anyhow, we'll see you at the top of the hour, about 30 minutes from now. And don't forget to keep adding us on Twitter so you can see the little unicorn smile. All right, have a good time. How's everyone doing? You enjoy that break? You go outside, stretch your legs, go walk around, at least get up from the chair you've been sitting on all day. Or, maybe you're watching this from the comfort of your plush couch and you have the stream going on your large 52-inch OLED TV. I don't know. Let us know. Maybe I wish there was a way to post photos or something like that, so we could see your setup. But if there is, post it. If there isn't, it's all good. But regardless, I hope you enjoyed your break. I know I did. I'm sure we all did here. We are going to proceed with the remaining section of the conference. And we are going to bring in live our following guest. Now, all the way from the greatest city of Lagos, Nigeria, we have Shodipo who's going to come to us and talk about performance. Now, I'm a big fan of performance. As you can tell, I do run the Toronto Web Performance Meetup. He's going to talk about fast and furious with Vue.js and WebPack. So please, no connectivity issues can stop us to make this happen. Please welcome Shodipo. Put your hands together.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. That's exciting. Well, yeah, thanks for that intro, Henry. Yeah, I'm excited. A lot of things, wanted to go wrong, but yeah, no connectivity issues can stop us from making this conference amazing. I'm excited to be here, and this conference has always been exciting to me since 2018, 2019, and now 2020. So yeah, hi, everyone. It's really nice to meet everyone here virtually, but hopefully one day physically. So I'm going to share my slide right now so we can get started with the good stuff. So I'm sure everyone here can see my screen. So as Henry said, I'm going to be speaking about Fast and Furious with Vue.js and Webpack. So hi, everyone. My name is Shodipo Ayomide. I am a senior developer advocate and developer programs manager and here from Lagos, Nigeria, as I said. So also a GitHub star, Cloudinary media developer expert, and a community evangelist. So I run quite some number of communities here in Africa. And so you can catch me on Twitter or GitHub at developer.io. Or developer AU, however you pronounce it, or it's easier for you to pronounce. So yeah, let's get into the good stuff. So we have about 5 billion devices connected worldwide. We have them connected via Wi-Fi, we have them connected via mobile connectivity, but they're connected to the World Wide Web. Over 5 billion devices running from IoT devices, your iPads, your iPhones, your laptops, your your TVs, your Apple Watches, like 5 billion plus devices connected to the internet doing so many things. This is amazing. We have all of these devices. And now what we need to look at here is how fast can this go? So speed itself is a feature that should also always be considered as a feature, because sometimes we can't say we are building this small application that we want to optimize for speed when we've gotten to probably like the end of the application. No, we should never do that. We should always optimize for speed before we start even building the application. We must build out the architecture for scalability, for speed. We must always consider these things. You can't say, for example, if we're working with GridSum, so you can't say you want to get an image up, you want to like just send an image out there on your GridSum blog, and you are trying to use something external when the G tag image given by GridSum is available, which you're meant to use. These are best practices to follow to make sure that your application is scalable and very fast. So you always have to optimize for speed at the beginning, so it's most treated as a feature. So speed across all devices, every single device that is connected to the internet. So Vue.js basically is a progressive JavaScript framework for building user experience for the web. That's simply what Vue.js is. So Vue.js is designed to be simple, very flexible. You can change anything. You can make it you want. There are many starter kits out there, many hackathon starters we can change and really flexible to make changes and get outputs like super fast and immediately. It comes with like, literally, it's amazing. I'm sure many of us here has used Vue.js in one way or the other in building some kind of applications, but trust me, it's amazing. It's something you should always use, especially when it comes to simplicity and flexibility. We always want to build something that is simple to configure, simple to get started. We have the this guide on the Vue.js documentation. Is really easy to get started with and simple and straightforward. Once you open the documentation, just get it on your system and just like look at it. You're gonna know what like you're basically gonna know what is what. It's not really that hard to figure out. Even though it's your first time on Vue.js, just look here. You know what you basically just know what is what because it's really simple and like it's built that way. Really flexible to make changes and just make changes. Like it's really simple and very straightforward. I believe you should definitely use this. Vue.js has out of the support performance as a feature, and this is amazing. This is super amazing because you don't have to start optimizing. Like when, for example, if you use the starter kits, you don't have to automatically just start optimizing anything. It's automatically optimized already. You just have to enable starter kit and just make them work and configure them. That's all. And now, the beauty part about the issue we always have when building applications for scalability with Vue.js is while we use things like starter kit or we start from scratch and we have all of these things pre-configured for us already, we always use practices that are not always advised that we use. I give an example earlier of the G tag image. So on GridSum, we have the G-image tag we use to output images to the browser anytime we want to get an image from anywhere. Basically, just G tag image. Saying so, GridSum gives you this feature to be able to use the G tag, and it's super performance, automatically optimized, and automatically uses the placeholder feature. So automatically, so this means that it's going to firstly send out a placeholder, which is like a blank image that's just going to, same way we see it on Facebook, on Google, when we load it up. It just shows us this blank image and it's going to calculate, okay, say in 5 seconds, the image underneath the blood image is going to load in 5 seconds. Then it's just initiate the interaction observer API and just sends it forward. It's really that simple. So that's basically how the G tag works. So performance comes out, we should always try our best not to overdo what Vue.js already has and use what Vue.js already supports. Unless if we keep on adding like so many dependencies and things that we do not need, trust me, it's going to make your application super slow. And you definitely do not want that. You definitely do not want that. Vue.js application is naturally powerful enough to build like single page applications, whatever you can think about that you want to build. Vue.js is there. It's fast. It's amazing. It's there for you as long as you just do not over engineer. I think that's the word. You do not over engineer. I'm going to talk more about that as we move forward. So yeah, this is some benefits. So out of the box performance enhancements that I spoke about earlier, really easy to learn. The documentation for Vue.js is on point. Revenue has done a great job with documenting the Vue.js and the whole team. Sorry, Johnson and everyone on the team. It's been amazing. Trust me, this is an amazing JavaScript framework. So easy to performance, easy to learn. Documentation is amazing. You check out the docs. And yeah, easy to maintain. As I said before, it is simple and flexible. Once you start it up, you get, for this is a product on GitHub. You get it cloned to your local directory automatically. Once you just get it up on your VS Code, you basically just look at it, you know what is what. You know where to start from, where to end, what is in here, what's there. It's really that straightforward. It's simple and really flexible to like change anything. Easy to maintain. Amazing. So why exactly does speed matter? So the attention span of a lot of people is very limited. That's the thing. So so we can go from the ages of, let's say, from the ages of 17 to let's say about 24. The attention span there is very limited. You want to, whatever you're giving anybody within this range, you have to give them now. You have to give them now. We don't have time to give them something in the next 1 minute. There's no time for that. Whatever they request for, they need it now. And for single page applications, thanks to Vue.js, GridSum is super fast. So time is very limited. So if the website design, like if it's not instant delivery, just you're gonna lose users. You're gonna get anyone. Notwithstanding how powerful or up to date your features on your platform is, if it's slow, users will leave. Users will definitely leave. They would not come back. Because I would definitely go to a platform that really gives me what I want now. But then it's like that feature, it doesn't have it, but it's probably going to have it later. But then this platform has it, but it's super slow. I would definitely go with the one that is fast, that has most of the things I want, but doesn't have that one thing. But then it's fast, so I can just probably find a way to just figure out one thing and still be fast because time is of the essence. So whatever application you're building, it needs to be fast. It needs to be good, and I'm going to explain why how it basically just it becomes faster. So why does speed matter? Again, users love instant delivery, as I said before, of like basically whatever they want, They want it now. Optimize successfully and using the right technologies for optimizing your speed and making it better after you've built large scale applications. Trust me, this is amazing, and you definitely gain users. They are users you will get that they will come to your platform just because them using your platform is just fast. That when they click this, they get it immediately. I believe we've used the GridSum, and we see how we click things, and it gives us on our blog, GridSum blog. So you click on the post, and it gives you back the post like super fast. No time, no wasting of time. Click it, give you it gives you ASAP, like super fast. And this is amazing. This is what we want. This is what the future of tech looks. This is what the future of the web page looks like. This is what it looks like. It looks like speed. It looks like progressive web apps. It looks like using web apps on your mobile phone and getting it easily. This is the future of technology. This is it. Speed. Whatever you're working on, it must be fast, no matter what it is. Speed basically is great user experience. Once your speed is amazing, it's top there. It's once you click this, it gets it fast. That's a great user experience because whatever you're sending to these users, they're getting this immediately, almost immediately, and that's good. That's amazing, and you're definitely getting a paying user if your platform works this way. And I would definitely recommend you using Vue.js in like if you want instant delivery and great speed. So performance is the first impression your product gives users. So the first expression, you are not there to tell your users, hey, my product does this, my product does that, my product does like this whole bunch of things, because you are not there. The first impression the users get is the performance of your website, because you are not there right now to tell them, hey, my platform, when you click this happens, or when you use this feature, it works this way. You are not there to tell them all of these things. You are not there. So the first impression the customers get from your product is the performance. When they load up the website, how fast does it load? When they want to sign up, what's the experience like? How fast does it give them the sign up page? How fast does it give them the login page? When they click on sign up or sign in with social media accounts, how fast is the experience? Is it fast? Is it slow? Does it take so much time? Is it taking up my space on my system or on my phone? What is happening? So this is the first impression. This is a whole bunch of performance metrics you have to consider when you're deploying an application online and it's working on Vue.js. Yeah, so you basically just don't, you never get a second Will Rogers said this, he said you never get a second chance to make a good first impression. Your good first impression is basically what I see, what do you see when you visit a new website for the first time. That's the first impression, and whatever happens then is basically how I'm going to rate the application or rate the app. That's how it works. That's how it works, literally. Performance is about improving conversations and the success of users. Nothing is more important than the success of the users of your platform. Whatever platform you're working on, nothing is more important than the success of these users. And performance makes them more successful because they can achieve more in less time because you are delivering what they want super fast. And that is thanks to Vue.js. That's awesome. That's big. Because trust me, that's very big. That's literally very big because a whole bunch of products out there today, they don't care about speed. They don't care about a whole bunch of things that are very important. But thanks to front-end technologies like Vue.js, it's really changing almost everything about speed and how we deliver content and we deliver basically just the apps to the users and how fast they receive them. So performance in Vue.js, let's talk more about this. So keep the core of your application simple and straightforward. Yeah, so this is what I was saying before. The core of your application is the most important part of your application. This is where all the decisions are made. This is where your architecture is. This is where everything is. So leave it as simple as possible. Do not add anything. So just as simple as possible, very straightforward. Do not over-engineer. Do not over-engineer. So yeah, you can also tweet this on Twitter so the world can know that. Just please not over-engineer and keep the core of your application simple. When you're building anything, keep it simple. Do not install things that you would never use. If you are not using a particular dependencies, but you installed it, you can uninstall it. Don't leave it dormant because it is taking up memory, it's taking up space. It's because it's going to be doing something because it's there. So make sure you uninstall it. We always forget that. Okay, for example, let's say, I think I'm gonna go with like, I don't know, any package at all that you imported, saying I want to you installed the dependencies, you imported it, you tried using it, it didn't work as fine as you thought it was going to work. So we just basically remove the import or remove the implementation, and that's it. We always leave it installed. We should always remove it from install. When it's just uninstall it, don't leave it there. It's taking up space. It's taking up space. Do not get to like use things that you might not even need. Because, for example, sometimes we tend to overdo certain things, and it just destroys the whole architecture. because there is a way to do things. There's a way to make your application fast. There are principles you have to follow that your applications become fast. There are principles you do. So you do not just boom, okay, I think Webpack makes it fast. I'm just going to install Webpack, just configure and just boom. No, it doesn't work that way. Okay, Webpack was, I think I'm going to install Lozad to lazy load images. Then after installing Lozad, I say, okay, I think there's this other one. I'm going to install this one too. Just so you want to make it, nah, you're gonna just make everything's gonna be big and large. So when the delivery is happening to the client, it's gonna be super slow, no matter the network. You need to deliver your products to the people, even on slow internet, on fast internet, on mid-level internet. It needs to be delivered to these people. So you need to be able to achieve all of these things. And how you do this, keep the core small, keep the main part of the applications very small as you can make it possible. Leave it small. Do not over engineer. Do not add things that you wouldn't use. Do not use, do not just basically just do follow principles that do not work. If you don't know how what pattern to follow to build a certain feature, ask questions over Stack Overflow, GitHub discussions, or even on Twitter, so they can help. So people over there can help you basically just show you a path to follow to basically just configure something, and just leave it small, leave it straightforward. Your application core needs to be super fast. As I said before, I explained all of this while it needs to be like super fast. I've explained all of this so we can move forward from that. So let's talk about Webpack. So I'm pretty sure we have seen the new Webpack 5, and it's amazing. They are doing great stuff. They are doing great stuff, honestly. So, but we're going to be talking mostly about the Webpack Bundle Analyzer. So, because this is what's basically going to help you understand your application and what exactly you need to optimize, what exactly do you need to improve the performance, what do you need to understand what. Because before you know what exactly to do, the Chrome Lighthouse tool that we all use already, I believe, if you don't already use the Chrome Lighthouse tool, you could go up to Google and search Chrome Lighthouse, Google Chrome Lighthouse. You're going to get to see what it is. So, sorry. So you're gonna get to see what it is. So Webpack Bundle Analyzer. So the Chrome Lighthouse is really limited to what it can give you of your application, or what exactly is slowing what down, what exactly is happening. But the Webpack Bundle Analyzer is your key to everything. So this is like the master key to like everything. This is like the master key where you get to analyze and understand how your application is doing and what exactly you need to cut off, what exactly you need to slim down, what exactly do you need to lazy load. So this is gonna help you. So basically, the first step, as usual, is to install the Webpack Bundle Analyzer using the npm or yarn, however you want to get that sorted. So so Webpack Bundle Analyzer. So that's basically going to add it to your package.json file. As simple as that. The next step is to basically just configure Webpack, and so there's going to be a file that's going to appear called the webpack.config.production.js. So in this file is where you configure your Webpack. So after configuring your Webpack, automatically, you do something called npm run build. So npm run build, basically, if you run this in your terminal, this basically just builds your application and runs it on a new IP address where you can get to see the Webpack Bundle Analyzer of your of your entire project. So once you visit that URL, that's as you can see right here, you see a 127.0.0.1-48. So once you visit this URL, automatically you get a preview like this on your browser. So as you can see right here, this is a small application. So as we hover, so this is a GIF. It's meant to move, so you can get to see how it works. But since it's normal, I'm just going to explain how basically how this works. So as you move your hands all around here, so it shows you like the size of this package. Like you can also click and go into like these folders and get to see like how large are the things inside here. You get to see all of these things. So while we analyze all of this, and that's why it's called a Webpack Bundle Analyzer. You analyze basically your applications, even your notebooks, anything you want to analyze to see how fast, rather how big it is, how much space is taking up. So this will help you to show you what exactly can you optimize, what exactly can you make faster. This is the key to everything. So you do this part. There's also the part of you using the Chrome Lighthouse. So it shows your performance probably is at 50%. It shows that, hey, you don't have PW configured, you don't have this configured. It shows you all of these things also. So you get to optimize all of that. And you can also do this to also optimize for better. Remember, speed is the goal. The goal is to, when you work on, you need to be super for whatever you're doing, speed is the goal. Whatever you're building, it doesn't matter what kind of application it is, it needs to be fast. If it's not fast, it doesn't matter how beautiful it is. If it's not fast, trust me, it's not usable, because whatever you're trying to deliver to the people, it needs to be fast. If not fast, it's not usable. So yeah, thank you very much. That's the talk. Yeah. So if you have any questions, open to questions, and you can follow me on Twitter and GitHub at developer.io. So yeah, thanks guys.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, and one more thank you. Can we get a good and nice rousing applause or emoji hands for Shodipo, please? You know, obviously he's talked about performance and the few things. Well, first of all, again, I'm a big performance fan, for absolute clarity. But the one thing people have to realize that performance really falls into so many areas. And, there are a few comments in the chat about, is performance important? Performance is actually crucial. And if you want to look at it even as a user experience story, that alone will let you know that performance is absolutely important. You may remember from the opening keynote from Evan, he talked about making some significant performance upgrades to everything he was working on. And that alone, I think, will show you, if you remember the talk, and if you don't, you'll be able to go back and check what he talked about. But, from bundle sizes to requests that are being made, even the idea of making sure that we had good connectivity to get Shodipo to provide his talk live is element of things that we have to work on. And it's direly important that we do, especially for the future going forward, because as you mentioned about the 5 million devices that are out there, they all rely on a network connection. They all rely on resources being able to come down the wire with absolute ease and frictionless ways. So that being said, performance is certainly key. And if you want to sort of expand on that and hear about some more details around performance and anything that he talked about, you'll be able to proceed to the session, again, on the left-hand side of your screen, and you'll be able to sort of have carte blanche in questions that you'll be able to ask and queries that you had around performance, especially the ones who are not maybe familiar with all the terms and needs and et cetera. So that being said, we are going to proceed with our next talk. Next up, coming up to talk about Vuetify 3.0 and the updates surrounding it is John Leider. So please put your hands together for John.
Hey everyone, this is John from Vuetify here, coming at you live at VueConf 2020 in Toronto. Well, it's actually online, but it's for Toronto. This is the third year that we have been invited back to talk about Vuetify and the progress that the team is making, and we're really excited to share some of that with you, so I'll go ahead and just get right into the topics for the day. So what's new in Vuetify 3? Well, it's been completely rebuilt using the composition API that is a flagship feature for the new version of Vue. In the next version, you're going to be able to define global default properties for all of the components in the framework. You're going to be able to define overarching global framework changes and style changes all from a config file. We've got a brand new layout system that takes what the current one does really good and makes it better, giving the user additional ways to customize their Vuetify application and to tap in to the features that are, in often case, only used specifically by components. We've got massive overhauls to our testing system, including new E2E tests that are going to be with Cypress to help us with visual regressions. We're normalizing the CSS helper utility names. We have a few that have been left over from legacy, and we're going to be moving those all in the same naming convention. And finally, we've got some new tooling and development productivity changes and features that are going to be coming to you all in the form of Vue plugins for version 2 as well as version 3. But keep in mind, everything that I'm going to talk about today is still pre-alpha. We have been working with Vue 3 composition API for quite a while now, but this stuff, while it is still set in stone, or not, this stuff is not set in stone, but we are pretty confident that things won't change. And now let's go ahead and get right into the first thing I want to talk about today, which is the new composition API and how the team is moving from mix-ins to composables. Composables being the new terminology for the abstracted, duplicated functionality that we currently propagate through the Vuetify components using mix-ins, but that are ultimately going to be the building blocks for version 3. So let's take a look at a regular Vuetify 2 mix-in. Now this doesn't include all of the information that is on the scrollable mix-in, but enough to portray. We've got some information here that we're going to share. We've got properties, we have a computed property, we have a data property. I just realized that that interface is incorrect, so I'll have to fix the example. Computed threshold should actually be inside of a computed property. All right, but we're not going to restart again because it's getting late. All right, and then we have our data variables. Now, all of this stuff translates to version 3, but why is what we're doing not good? Well, at the moment. Well, it's not good because it obfuscates where the functionality comes from, right? This is why mix-ins are dated and are kind of being pushed out, because it has issues with name collision, has issues with unused functionality. It has issues with contributors being able to work on the framework. There's a lot of functionality that gets hidden behind mix-ins that, as the deeper you get, becomes harder to reason about. Oh, there we go. And I don't know where that went. Look at that, I pressed the wrong button. Here we go. Jilson said that bloopers are encouraged, so there's a blooper. But yeah, so the current system, when you extend the mix-ins, well, looking over on the right side, we have our computed is scrolling down property. This is using functionality that exists within the scrollable mix-in, but we don't know where it comes from. Now, in this case, they are named adequately, so we can kind of guess. And this is a very simple example, but when we get to larger components like data table, calendar, some of the input components that have multiple expanded shared functionality, it becomes really hard to debug. So what we did with version 3 is said, okay, well, how does this translate? What moves from left to right? Well, using the new composition API, moving the core functionality of our mix-ins to small, composable, reusable functions. Now, the idea is, with these small functions, we're able to further reduce the scope of responsibility of features. We want to make the framework as lean as possible. We want it to be really good at one thing. And in this particular instance, we want the scroll composable to be really good at handling whatever scrolling stuff it needs to do. Now, one of the great things that comes along with this and the new version of Vue is an improved TypeScript definition support. Now, right now, we do support TypeScript in Vuetify, but it took a lot of really smart people a lot of time to figure out how to do that. And it's one of the specific, some of the complexities that we encountered in converting even version 1.5 to 2.0 to TypeScript. Came from the same reasons that you don't have a class-based public reactivity system in Vue 3. It's composition function-based. And oh, there's a bug. So this improved TypeScript support means that we're able to implement the way that we do development in a way that doesn't require very, very complex type definitions. We're also using the latest ES features, including null coalescing operator and optional chaining. Just some additional tools to make our development process easier, and then to take, again, what we've already done over the course of the past 4 years, and then just make it a little bit better, make it a little bit more refined. And the great part about the current state of the framework is that it really does convert pretty well over to the composition API. We have a lot of really exciting implementations that we cannot wait to implement this functionality into. And to give you an example of what that looks like is we'll take this Vuetify 2 example. So in this Vuetify 2 example here on the left, we're importing our scrollable mixin, just as we showed before. Now when the component mounts, we say, hey, log whatever the value of this.active is. Well, in this particular case, this.active is equal to false. Now we don't know where that comes from. We don't understand anything about it. Just as I said before, it's obfuscated. So what we want to do now is we want to make sure that the functionality is transparent. We want to make sure that Vuetify represents the modularity that comes in the new version of Vue. By taking the core features and abstracted functionality that exists within our current mixins and breaking them up into reusable composable functions. These composable functions have better defined scope of responsibility. They're faster. They have one job and they do it really well. And they are composed in the exact same manner of sharing functionality that we did in version 2, but in a way that is not only way easier to handle with TypeScript, but just overall way easier to maintain. We don't have to worry about naming collisions. We define the data that's going to be used. We define how it's going to be worded. We don't have to worry about implementing a computed property with the same name as a data property that exists within the same mixin. Those don't exist anymore. And I said it before and I'll keep saying it, the way that the composition API is set up, at least from an author point of view, it is the perfect set of circumstances. It gives us the perfect amount of flexibility, and with our existing design process, we have been able to really make some good headway in what I would consider a short amount of time, according to the size of the Vuetify as the framework. So moving on, let's talk about layouts. One of my favorite features of the framework, and one of the older features of the framework. The layout system in Vuetify is what makes it easy to take an application bar, take a navigation drawer, and take a footer, and very easily and fastly have a content area that reacts to whatever you're giving it for its layout. So taking a standard layout, and again, this layout it has more components on it, and does look more complex than maybe a super default one may look like in Vuetify, but the reason why I put it here is to kind of illustrate there's some flexibility there. The props, it's simple, it's flexible, it's semantic. The usage of the app word, it says, okay, hey, this correlates it with the VApp component. We do have some proprietary names like clipped left and clipped right and clipped, but these are using a terminology within the material design specification and are, again, ultimately designed to be semantic. But the problem is that even though they support a large number of use cases, we have a lot of flexibility with how the layouts can be created using the components, they are still very tightly coupled together. The functionality of the Vuetify layout and the components that interact with it were built on top of each other in the first version. Like I said earlier on, the Vuetify layout, we call them services now, the Vuetify layout was one of the very first features that I actually developed probably over 4 years ago in about July of 2016. And it has made some changes over the years, but for the most part has stayed the same. And when we got into situations where we wanted to make advanced layouts, and to clarify, when I'm talking about advanced layouts, I'm not talking about that there is a lot or a little of components, but it's where we come into these very customized situations. We have these very specific requirements that are possible within Vuetify, but not always supported by default, not always a very clear, easy path going forward. So the code that you see right here is just a small contrived example to show if I want to take a mini navigation drawer and I want to have it stacked to the left of a regular navigation drawer, I have to get kind of creative. I have to create, because the layout components in version 2 are the containers for the layout. They are integrated directly with them. And this is really good for a lot of things. It's helped create a very solid baseline to build off of. But really, how do we make it better? Well, let's see if we can change the structure. Let's take our previous example. If we break that down, and then we were to try to say, okay, how would that layout look if it were not tightly coupled to those components? How would we represent that layout without using the specifically coupled functionality of clipping left or clipping right, clipping at all? And this is where the layout component comes in. Now right now, VLayout is an existing component in the framework. It was part of the original version 1 of the grid. And for version 3, as it stands, we are going to be repurposing it, taking its name, because we like the name, and making the layout in the application the combo of components that creates the buckets that we put ultimately our navigation drawer in, or our footer, or system bar, or bottom navigation. And once we take that and actually represent it in a special custom component that has completely decoupled itself from individual component implementations, vNavigation drawer no longer cares about its layout, because it is going to use an already implemented, well-scoped and well-defined feature. It allows the user to expand how they interact with the Vuetify systems. We want to make sure that when we make something in the framework, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, it does one thing and it does it really well. This has served us over the years. It has helped actually the framework survive with a mix-in strategy of components that sometimes share 4 to 5 to 6 different sets of obfuscated functionality that we have been very wanting to get rid of over the years, but has definitely provided us with an accurate depiction of how functionality can be shared between multiple pieces. We just were doing it in the only way that was available at the time. But now we want to make sure that layouts, as well as every other feature, as much as possible within the framework, modular in the same sense that you have modular functions that you can import from Vue in version 3. We want the layouts to be a standalone feature. We want the data tables to be a standalone feature. We want everything in Vuetify to be a la carte, or take what you want. Now this already kind of happens with the Vuetify loader and automatic tree shaking, but we want to make sure that the layouts can be pulled individually and be functional without the need of, for example, using a navigation drawer in order to obtain access to that left container on the screen. Now, a couple things that are still in development that are not completely fleshed out, but I thought were worth mentioning here are the future version or the next version of Vuetify will be able to support either 0 or more of VApp components. As it stands right now, VApp is the kind of entry gate to Vuetify functionality. It is very tightly coupled with the framework, specifically because of support for iPhone and iOS. Trust me, I would have much rather have not had it from the get-go. But now moving forward, we are able to decouple the application from the components. Using some new features that are available in Vue 3, we're able to shift some custom functionality that we had before to accommodate what is ultimately existed by default, now portals. We're giving the user the ability to hook in to the services, the Vuetify core, and listen for changes. In this particular instance, layout changes. But the idea is that every single service that is available or added onto the Vuetify core is something that the user can hook into and if not expand, at least access. We're improving our SSR and Nuxt support. The layout system is being built day one to just simply work properly with SSR and with Nuxt and with booting up an application that has a predetermined viewport size so that we can do things like automatically set the breakpoint when the application loads, so that we can do things like automatically apply the theme and ensure that everything on the SSR side, hydration, or client side works exactly the same. Everything is being built specifically with the intention to integrate with these services. You know, we work with Nuxt right now, we work with SSR, but we can do better, and that's what version 3 is. And ultimately, and this isn't in development right now, but it's something that we are kicking around, is the possibility of new interface options for users. Leaving the flexibility of, let's say, a single component to define a layout that you want, and then give the user slots to be able to access their predefined layout containers. We have a lot of opportunity available to enrich the options that are available when creating these custom layouts, and I'm really excited for some of the stuff that we're going to be able to show in the future. All right, next up we're going to talk a little bit about testing. So right now we currently use Vue test utils. We converted when we upgraded from version 1.5 to 2.0. Along with our TypeScript changes, we moved from Avoriaz, which is made by the same original author as Vue test utils, to Vue test utils. Now, as we make this transition to version 3, we are going to maintain using Vue test utils, but we're reevaluating all of the tests that we have. We're making sure that we add new unit tests where they need to be, that we don't add unit tests for no reason. We get rid of duplicate, we get rid of superfluous unit tests that only offer to add confusion as we maintenance the framework moving into the future. Same with the components reducing their scope of responsibility, same thing with the tests. Now this is going to naturally happen with the composable structure for version 3. It is more prominent. It is a more prominent issue in the current version due to the fact of how mixins work. But ultimately, we want to make sure that our tests are just as efficient as the code they're testing. And that's why we move to our next exciting adventure in the framework for testing is Cypress. Now the team has been toying with this over the course of the year. and we're working with, we've brought Jess on, who, Jessica Sachs, who is at Cypress, I believe. I'm probably going to get, she's definitely at Cypress, definitely. But working to make sure that what we're doing is as efficient as possible, and that the integration of Vuetify and Vue in a visual regression testing environment it all works. So we are building the next version and integrating the E2E at the same time. We want to make sure that we are able to test not only the functionality, but the visual importance, or the visual continuity of the framework without having small regressions. The idea is that this is going to reduce side effects from changes. We do have regressions, everyone does. With as large as a framework that we have become, it is often sometimes very difficult to 100% not cause a regression in some areas of the framework just because of how it was built. Now, in the new version, we are focusing completely on being able to improve the E2E experience for all users. It's something that we have only briefly played around with, but nothing that we've ever fully implemented to where we are on the same page with all of the users that are implementing this. Now, this also means that for companies that implement Vuetify in a testing environment pipeline, that do their own visual regression testing, maybe with Cypress or Selenium or something of the sort, making sure that the features that we provide in the public are easy to test in that regard. We often recommend not testing Vuetify functionality when you implement it, but E2E is a whole different ballgame, and we want to make sure that all of our components, from selects to data tables to calendars, that all of those components are just as testable visually by developers implementing Vuetify as it is for us. Next thing I want to talk about are CSS utility classes. Now, this is kind of a quick one, but the text and background color styles of the framework are of the beginning of its creation, very similar to the layout system, and they follow BIM syntax. Now, as the framework has progressed over the years, we have moved to majority of our text utility classes already implementing what we consider a normalized naming structure. And in version 3, we're going to go ahead and pull the plug on that, moving everything over to a, as opposed to a double dash, to a single dash, and having a more unified naming convention system for utility classes, to be more descriptive, to be more declarative, so that when users are implementing custom utility classes, they're not asking themselves, what is the difference between dash dash and dash in these helper classes? We want to make sure it's less confusing for users overall. All right, so that's pretty quick. So now let's run through the ecosystem. And I'm coming up on time here, so hopefully they can just cut some stuff out. And I will try to be somewhat brief in this regard, because I've talked about this at VueConf Austin earlier this year, before all of the craziness in the world started happening. And I talked a lot about our plugins and our presets that are coming for version 2. Now, these are still coming for version 2, but in addition, they're also being developed alongside of our version 3 development. So everything that I mentioned before that is available in Vuetify 2 installation presets is going to be available in version 3. Now, quickly to overview that, some of those features being, whenever you install a new Vue application, you select options for what you would like to have installed on your package, and at the end of it, it's going to ask you, would you like to save this for future use? Well, that future use save is actually going into a local preset file that is actually functionality that we as developers can hook into and just give you a defined list of what to install. So there are lots of features that we're putting together that give a user a development experience that is greater than what is available with a default installation, which would be simply install or creating a new Vue app with the Vue CLI and then doing Vue add Vuetify. And the next section I'm going to talk about is the global defaults, which is one of the flagship features of the framework. But while you're sitting there, since I'm assuming you're probably at a computer and hopefully you have a terminal available, you can go ahead and test out the Vue CLI preset, or the Vuetify Vue CLI preset, using npx, one command line. Don't have to even have Vue CLI installed, and you can go ahead and take a look at. Now we only have the base preset available, but there is a lot more coming very, very soon. All right, so let's move on to the global defaults. This is one of the most exciting features of the new version, and the team has been really hard at work at putting together something that would fix what our current pattern is. Our current pattern is that we give the users this situation where they are potentially going to fail because they have to duplicate their functionality throughout their application. If the user doesn't create a system, their own system, that allows them to have some default prop designation, it's really difficult to keep continuity throughout the app. You have to remember, okay, every single button I need to make sure I color primary or it's outlined. You know, this causes some fragmentation within the application. It's very difficult for the user. It can be very difficult between teams, especially if you don't have an agreed upon design system to use. And while there are existing patterns to solve this, they require more from the user than what I think should be necessary. You know, the current pattern is you would create a custom component, wrap a V button, define some defaults, and then implement that component within your application. And while we still will recommend that, we still think that it's a good pattern, we don't think that it should be the default experience. So what's the new pattern look like? Looks like nothing. And that's the idea. We want to make sure that all of these settings are defined at a top level using our standard Vuetify config. Now, when I say you can set the default value of any component property in the framework, you can do that at the top level in the Vuetify config file. So the idea with our global framework options is that not only could you set the properties for your components that you're going to use, you can also define some overarching global framework changes, such as, well, I want to use all dense inputs. Well, normally if you want to do that and you want to utilize wrapping a component around a Vuetify input, you would have to wrap it for each component that you want to duplicate that dense behavior in. Believe me, I've done it. And that's why we're moving to this. We want to have a white label centric, design agnostic approach to working with Vuetify. Now, beyond some minor, small differences in functionality between components, between frameworks, it's mostly a visual decision for the user. It doesn't matter if Vuetify has an awesome calendar if the way that everything is styled is in a system that is not compatible with your job or your branding. And when you take away that design layer, you're left with the functionality layer, which is the heart of what Vuetify has always been good at. Now, the idea is, over the years, people have asked, hey, are you going to implement, let's just say, Bootstrap into Vuetify? We want to have the Vuetify experience, but with the Bootstrap style. Now, you can do that now, but it's not as fun, it's not as clean, it's not as easy. But with the introduction of these new global defaults, the user the community, us, whoever, can take this default functional component framework, this white label framework, and apply their own skin to it. These new opportunities allow us to expand the versatility of the framework by focusing on what makes it the best, which is the available features, its ease of use, and then take the aspect that is what I would argue most controversial, is that it seems like it's a monumentous task to change the design aspects of the framework, and move that to a style layer. So in Vuetify 3, we're separating the style layer from the functionality layer and paving way for an application generator. Now, I'm not going to go into any more about the application generator other than the fact that you as a developer will be able to go in and design your own custom framework styles using the tried and true, tested and hardened core functionality that comes with the Vuetify framework. But you don't have to. We've got a default material design. Now, I know everyone is probably wondering, well, when is this going to come out? And the honest answer is probably not as soon as you want. But we're very confident that the timeline that we have for the project is in line with proper expectations to deliver a product that is worthy of the Vuetify name. Right now, the framework has exploded in popularity, which is amazing, but has led to the issue of maintenance. We have thousands of issues that people address with the framework, and we have a lot of inadequacies for solving this problem. With the new version of Vuetify, we want to make sure that out of the box, the user has the best possible experience, the most feature-rich set of tools with the most expansive interface for users to take the framework and make it do what they want. So hopefully all that really excites you, so when I hit this button, you're not going to get really upset. But Vuetify 3, it's a large code base. It's a Herculean effort. It's broken up into multiple phases, and we're hoping to get it out to you by summer 2021. We want to have the alpha out this year, something that is usable, that contains a baseline of the framework that is representative of what we want to do going forward, that builds on the concepts that we have put together over the years. We want to make sure that we get this one right. Version 1.5 was a disaster, as far as I'm concerned. Version 2 was a step in the right direction. For version 3, we want to go ahead and just cut the rope. We want to make sure that when we build this, we have a foundation that we know is protected for the future. And we also understand that Vue 3 is new, and there will be time for adoption. So we believe this gives us an opportunity to at least witness some of the maturing of the next version of Vue, while also still delivering on a quality product that once released will have a ecosystem ready to go with it, that has an upgrade guide. It has all the tools that are necessary for users to take their application from the lowest of 1.5 all the way up to the newest version. And we believe that doing that and delivering later than Q1 is better than delivering something early that may not be as good of a product. So that was my presentation. So I made it through. That's pretty cool. I can't tell you how many times I've restarted this video. I'm at 37 minutes right now, and I'm sure they're probably going to have to cut a lot of this out. But thank you everyone for taking the opportunity, or giving me the opportunity, to share with you the new and exciting things that the team is working on. These are just but a small little preview of everything that is going to be coming in the few months ahead of us, as far as new features that we're going to talk about, new functionality, things to test, improvements still to the old Vuetify that we're working on. Version 3 does not signal the end of version 2. We will have long-term support, just as we did for version 1.5. And we're really excited about hearing what you have to say regarding this. I believe there is a virtual booth system that I am not connected to, but will be, where, assuming that you're going to be able to interact. But we also have our Discord community. Definitely encourage everyone to join and collaborate with other Vuetify developers. And then also you can follow me at ZeroSkills on Twitter, also at Vuetify.js to follow the framework on Twitter. And then finally, my name is John Leider, and this has been Vuetify 3 Titan. And then at this point, everyone's clapping, I'm assuming. Yay, bootstrap Vuetify, right? And then cut.
Yes, it is. John, thank you very much for that. They talk about, software development as a Herculean effort, man. Speaking, pre-recording talks, that is a Herculean effort on its own. So thank you very much for that. We appreciate the work. We appreciate the love. Please, can we give John a round of applause, emojis, whatever you want. Thank you very much. Now, obviously, as per usual, you'll be able to go into these sessions if you have any additional questions for John. Questions like, what will come faster, Vuetify 3 or the COVID vaccine? We're not sure. John's not sure. I don't know. We're going to find out. So make sure to ask John about that. Speaking of sessions or sections onto the side specifically, if you look, there's a networking area where you can actually go and meet some other developers. I believe they turn into these one-on-one sessions, or maybe they're in a group, I'm not sure. I've done them before, I just can't remember specifically. But if you want to do a little bit of networking with the folks that you've been interacting with for the last, 6, 9 hours or so, 8 hours, I can't even remember anymore. Please do. It's going to be a great opportunity to meet some new people. I know you've been sort of trading links, LinkedIn's and stuff like that, but how about you sort of meet in person? It might bring back that sort of old school feel of in real life, that conference experience that is almost irreplaceable and the one that we all miss. So give it a shot. Now, to close out a fantastic day of talks, we have what will be, I think, one of my faves. I had a little bit of a preview of it, but we're going to talk about page transitions. I actually like animation. I like what we've been able to do on the web. So here to talk about page transitions in Nuxt is Kruti. Please, can we give her a rousing welcome?
Hi, my name is Kruti. I am a front-end consultant and Nuxt ambassador, and today we are going to learn about page transitions in Nuxt. You can find me on GitHub, Twitter, CodePen, and Medium, and you can also check out the concept diagrams about Nuxt on my personal website. Alright, so what is Nuxt? Nuxt is a framework that is built on top of VueJS, and it follows best practices of VueJS and Node.js, and that is what makes it more performant and very easy to use. Now with Nuxt, we can use the same code base to build server-rendered websites, we can generate static sites, and even build single-page apps. And at the heart of Nuxt, we have a file-based routing system That means any Vue files we create under pages directory here, they become web pages. And on these pages, we can fetch data, validate dynamic parameters, apply transition, and even dispatch store actions. So of all these and many other features, today we will focus on page transitions. Let's see, why do we need page transitions? Page transitions can simply be fun and pleasing to look at, and they can help us increase user engagement. They also provide better user experience by making sure that the user experience isn't interrupted when we add, remove, or update data on the screen. And it helps us prevent that split-second white flash that we sometimes see in between page navigation. That is especially true for async data feature of Nuxt, because the data is fetched on server side first and then it is served on the client side, and in between that there is a moment where we see no content on the page. So in that situation, the page transitions can really help. Page transitions can also act as a visual cue and provides a continuation when something has changed on a screen. Before we begin with the page transitions in Nuxt, it's important that we know how Vue's transition component works. So let's take a look at Vue's transition component and how it works. So transitions are created by updating the value of CSS attributes when our element or Vue component enter or exit the screen. And Vue's transition component allows us to capture these moments before, during, and after the element is inserted or removed. And we have 3 classes to capture the entering transition, and we have 3 classes to capture the leaving transitions. And all of these classes are namespaced. That means, for example, if we were to write fade transition, the V hyphen that you see on slide will be replaced with namespaced CSS transition class called fade, and it would look something like that. So we can see that Vue's transition component is a tiny little transition system on its own, and it is very versatile, and we can use it 4 different ways. So let's see how. When we use CSS transition, we can move our element from point A to point B, and then it uses a transition attribute to define that active state. For example, here we are simply animating the opacity of an element. Second way we can use Vue's transition component is with CSS animation. CSS animations are slightly different than CSS transition, because here we can move our element from point A to point B to point C using keyframes, and then they use animation attributes to capture those keyframes. So for example, here we are animating the scale attribute of our element, and it looks like this. The third option we have is to combine Vue's transition system with external CSS animation library, for example animate.style, and we can access animate.style classes directly in our transition component, like we have in this example, slide in left and slide out right. They belong to the animation.style library. Our fourth and the final option is to define JavaScript hooks in attributes. This is where we move away from the CSS transition and we let JavaScript takes care of our animation, and this is a really good option when we want to use external JavaScript animation libraries, for example, GreenSock, and this is where we can realize the full potential of Vue's transition system. Let's see how it all fit together in the world of Nuxt. The Nuxt configuration file is the blueprint of your Nuxt project, and here you will find details about plugins, modules, environment variables, default meta tags, and so on. And by default, Nuxt covers most use cases with the sensible defaults, but we can always override them if needed. So, you may ask, what is the significance of Nuxt config file when it comes to page transitions? Well, page transitions can be global and can be applied to all the pages in your Nuxt app, and when that happens, we can define our page transitions in Nuxt configuration file here. And on the other hand, page transitions can be applied to individual pages as well, and when that is the case, we can define page transitions on single page components here. And by default, page transitions are route based, so we can see them come alive when we navigate the Nuxt site using Nuxt link there. So to understand all this, let's create one global page transition that can be applied to all the pages of your Nuxt app. As you can see, it's a two-step process. The first step is to define your transition. Here we have defined the fade transition that we saw earlier, and the step 2 would be to make sure that this transition is available globally for all the pages, and that's why we would include the CSS file in our Nuxt configuration. Now, this won't really work because by default Nuxt looks for a transition name called page, and that's why our fade transition won't have any effect on Nuxt pages. So how do we fix it? We can simply replace our fade namespace with page, like that. And after this, if we access any internal page with Nuxt link, we can see our fade transition in action. But what if we really want to call our transition fade? Can we override the default transition with our own name? The answer is yes. We can use page transition property to override the default transition name. So, what really happens to Vue's transition component in Nuxt? Well, back in Vue, we write our transition component in the template area, but in Nuxt, we write the same component in our script section using the page transition key. And second big difference we have here is that we don't have to write the if condition when we write transitions in Nuxt, and we don't have to handle the conditional rendering in Nuxt as we do in Vue. So let's see how many types of transitions we have in Nuxt, because this was just the page transition. Are there any others? Well, let's see. The first option we have is the page transition, which we just saw how it works, and it is global in nature and it has a default value of page. The second option we have is transition for individual pages, and we can define that using just the transition key. The third option we have is the layout transitions. Now, layout transitions are global in nature and they also have the default value of layout. So make sure you have a layout transition defined in your global CSS, and you will be able to see the layout transition in action when you change layouts. Now, the strings you see here, like fade, slide up, and bounce, they are all CSS transition classes. By default, Nuxt will look for these class names in global CSS, but how many other types of values we can use for our Nuxt transition? So let's see transition values. By default, the transition value is set to string, which is a CSS transition class, but we can also write the same transition in object format as well. And when the page transition is written in object notation, the name key becomes required. And at the same time, we get a lot more freedom to customize this transition in object format. For example, by default, Vue's transition component wait for the current element to go out before the new element comes in. Hence, the default mode is always set to out in. But if you need to customize this behavior, you can always use mode property and set it to in out. Similar way, we have another key called appear. Appear help us apply transition on initial render, and by default its value is set to false, which you can always customize when you define your transition in object format. We can also make custom transitions using JavaScript hooks, and when we use transition using JavaScript hooks, we should always make sure to set our CSS to false. That way we are telling transition component to not to look into global CSS for that transition. And at this stage, we may want to reuse this custom transition on multiple pages, but not globally. And that's when we can convert it into a reusable transition object and import it on only required pages. Here, when we write transition hooks, we get element as a default argument, and this element is nothing but the root element of your Nuxt page, and we are able to select any children nodes of this root element and animate them using JavaScript animation libraries. So with that in mind, let's see how we can include GSAP in our Nuxt project. Including GSAP requires 3 steps in Nuxt. First, we will npm install GSAP. Second, and the most important step, is to transpile GSAP dependency. You can configure Nuxt to use ES modules, and for that Nuxt provides this handy option to transpile any external dependencies with Babel. So we can use it for GSAP or any other plugins of GSAP that you are using. And the third step would be to simply import GSAP and start using it. Let's see this example. We have multiple grid elements on this page, and we want to animate each one of them when the page loads. And it would look something like this. Let's see how we can create this effect using JavaScript hooks and green sock animation library. So, in this instance, we will use transition as an object. We will give it a custom name, and we will set appear to true so that we can apply this transition on initial render of the page. And we will set CSS to false because we want to use green sock animation library. Next, we will prepare each grid items before they enter the page. So we will scale them down to half their size and set their opacity to 0. And once they enter the screen, we want to scale them back to their full size with their opacity set to 1. And we will set its ease to elastic so that they appear with playful animation. And the last and the most important option here we have is for stagger. By setting stagger to 0.2, we can make sure that all grid elements don't appear at once, but instead they appear in sequence to create a visually interesting effect. Now, this is the simplest animation you can create using GreenSock, but you can also use GSAP timeline to create to chain multiple animations and create really complex page transitions. Here we have one more example of page transitions where we have created a slideshow, and each slide is Nuxt page, and we can control them using the back and next button. So let's see how we can create something like this using page transition feature. So far we have seen transition value as a string and as an object, but there's a third option where we can use transition as a function. And when we use transition as a function, we receive two arguments, to and from, as you can see. Both of them are route objects. When we use transition key as a function on dynamic pages, we receive dynamic parameters value for each pages, and we can use that information to render transition based on a conditional logic. And slide left and slide right that you see here are transition classes created with animate.style library. So let's quickly see how we can include animate.style in your Nuxt project. It's a two-step process. First, we npm install it, and second step would be to include this CSS in our global CSS array. And once we have that set up, we can implement them into our Vue's transition system like so. And we can assign them to animation attributes, as we can see that slide in right, slide out left are our animate.style classes. Beyond page transitions, when we use our transition key as a function, we could access only two route objects, to and from, and sometimes that's enough. But what if your transition is more complex than that? Maybe your transition needs to react when your data or global state variables change. That's when we need to think beyond route-based transitions and revisit the original transition component that we discussed at the beginning of this talk. Let's take a look at this example. Now, this example may look like a single page app, but it's really a full-blown website because each page has its own URL and meta tags, which is really good for the SEO. If we take a look at the component tree in our VueJS DevTools, we can see that we have multiple components like mega menu, page navigation, and navbar, and they are all part of the default Nuxt layout. And we have 4 custom transitions which are applied to this default Nuxt layout, and they are all triggered when we change a global state variable. So let's have a look at our Vuex store, and here we can manipulate our active page index, and when we increase or decrease this index value, we can actually navigate the page. And the same can be done using this top navbar as well. And this way, with the combination of Nuxt layouts and Vuex store, we can actually build data-aware custom layouts and create a seamless user interface and maintain context of the site at the same time. And this is very much possible because of the way how layouts work in Nuxt. One more thing which is worth mentioning here is that all of these custom transition components are nothing but renderless functional components, and they actually help us bring the reactive data in the form of props to create these data-driven transitions. To summarize page transitions in Nuxt, we have learned that there are 4 ways we can create transitions. But if you are a beginner, start simple with the CSS transitions and then go advanced from thereafter. Also, page transitions are inbuilt and they come with defaults, but they can always be customized to behave differently in Nuxt. Also, the Nuxt layouts can be really powerful, and they can help us create reactive and highly interactive layouts using state variables and transitions. One last point I would like to make is that always remember that Nuxt follows a convention over configuration approach. So if you are starting out with page transition in Nuxt, start your transition journey with the default options, and you cannot go wrong when it comes to page transitions in Nuxt. Thank you.
And we are back. Can I please, again, pull out your emoji claps, hands at this point, any kind of celebratory item like confetti, please give it up for Kruti. Like I said earlier, I'm a big fan of transitions. Actually, I've been complaining on Twitter a few times talking about, everyone's trying to do the cool light dark theme thing, and it's like so sudden, it drives me absolutely nuts. That light dark transition should be completely animated with a nice easing, like claps, hands at this point. Whoa. And that was pretty awesome. So now it comes to the point where I'm going to say that if you want to go and ask Kruti some additional questions, you can go to our session right now, not now, but right now, and you'll be able to sort of deep dive with her on some of the topics that she brought up. If you have questions about GSAP or anything like that, you can certainly do that at that very moment. So please join her right now if you can, if you do have questions about the sessions. And yeah, we're doing that right now. So this is the point of the day where we're going to thank everyone for joining us. It's been a fantastic first day. We've had amazing talks in order. We'd like to thank, obviously, Evan, who opened up this fantastic event with the keynote. Shout outs to Pine, Oscar, Raymond, Shubham, Kim, Sarah, je te vois. Michael, Shodipo, of course, who weathered through a bit of a challenging connection, but thank you for joining us. That was really awesome. John, of course, shout outs to John and Kruti, who's over in the session right now. They've done fantastic work. They've brought out a lot of the great talks and technologies surrounding Vue, so I hope you enjoyed every single second of it. That being said, we're also going to try to, in a post-conference sort of world, we're going to try to recreate a bit of that networking that we really miss. That part where, after a conference where we would just sort of like give each other little handshakes and, talk about what transpired during the day. So we're going to have a bit of like, sort of like 5 à 7, as we like to say in French. So Tidelift is actually going to create a bit of a sort of like after conference hour with Tidelift. We're here with Tidelift software engineer and Grainlang maintainer Oscar Spencer, shout out to Oscar, to talk about his VueConf presentation, Unlocking the Power of Observability with Vue 3. Oscar will be joined by other members of the Tidelift team to talk about all things Vue, managed open source, and how much we love paying maintainers. That is very important. Open source, maintainers, a little bit of commerce, keep things going. Now that's going to take place in, I believe, the link that you should see at the top of your chat. It should be pinned at the top. I believe it's a Zoom link. If it's not, let us know. We'll make sure we'll have that up ASAP, but I believe it's there right now. So there's room for, from what I understand, 100 people. So you better hurry up, because I have 99 friends on my own, and I just don't want to take up all the oxygen. So if you want to get some of your friends there or yourself, make sure you go there right now. But until then, I believe we're just going to get ready for, oh, you know what? One thing I did want to mention is we want to thank everyone for following us on Vue Toronto. We went from somewhere around like, I don't know, 2,100 something. We've, I think, added almost like 100 followers. So thank you very much. We'll try to add some more tomorrow. If not, you want to follow us tonight, maybe we'll get to 2,300 maybe. Give us some love. That being said, we're going to be back tomorrow, 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Same place, same channel, the same jokes. And we're going to hang out. But I'm going to add one more last little thing. We're actually going to open up the camera, and I think we're going to let you hang out with us and show you what it's like in the back channels here, what we've been doing all day, how glamorous it is. So maybe stick around the chat, and we might post links so you guys can join us. But until then, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. Make sure to go check out Kruti right now. She should be in her sessions. And if not, go up to the link to the Zoom so we can all hang out. And if not that, look out for the link so you can hang out with us, the team here at VueConf Toronto. And with that, adieu, bonne soirée, good night, and we'll see you in the morning. Cheers.